It is Wednesday, my dudes, and when it's Wednesday, we paddle in the pool. Welcome to Paddling Pool 317. I'm Frostix, joined by Zari, and we've got WS versus Tidy Tidings. Wow, okay, I got that wrong the first time before stream. Zari, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. And yeah, that was so much better than pre-stream. You did well. But we are going to be starting off with Tar Control on Hagglefish Market, which it is a map mode that is kind of standard. Not as standard as, of course, Splat Zones on Hagglefish, but, pretty standard. So a good place to kind of let these two teams kind of figure themselves out in this first round of the tournament.
Yeah, right now this is the Ultimate Icebreaker. On the Ultimate Icebreaker map, this is of course group stage round of this winners bracket round 1. Set the first game on TC Hagglefish. This is a very even map in terms of verticality. It's relatively flat with some flank routes at least on each side, as well as the illustrious tent that a lot of backlines love to at least sit on in terms of defending the tower pushes as well. That being said though, key thing to look out for on TC Hagglefish is that first checkpoint here. It's a very, very big choke point, especially considering how easily accessible it is to that side little, I don't really know, alcove, little ledge area that is on the defending sides. Very far left side. That's really easy to access and easy to jump into in order to stop a push, but we have no more time to analyze what's going on. Let's see what the teams have in store.
Yes, indeed. Alrighty. Interesting to see a Luna straight off the bat and a Blaster coming out on the other side, but a range instead. And then we see some differing backlines between the two, but both, they're going for the same vibe, but at least it's not all Snipe Riders anymore. It's still weird to me to see edits knocking about, but that is the way the nerf goes.
Yeah, after the relatively recent nerf, had its time in this, has its newfound spotlight here. That being said, this pencil on the side of WS is holding down the line, getting a splat onto, I think that was the bucket on Tidy Tidings. That being said though, they're still holding down the paint here in terms of the control of mid, and now WS is looking to get a early push, but there's two members down on WS. Tidy Tidings is also managing to hold down their ground. This pencil is just trying to hold down the line, making sure their team has the paint, perhaps as well as the soda. There hasn't been any tactical here, and Tidy Tidings is looking to push their lead a little bit further here. It's still anyone's game. There hasn't been a lot of movement so far.
Yes, it is still anyone's game as long as they're able to get Tidy Tidings off that tar. And perhaps this Kraken is exactly what they need, but it ends up being the bucket that's able to take down the backline. And this finally might mean... no, it's still 2v2 at the moment. Yes, I think this might finally mean that WS gets a little bit more of a foothold in mid. But the jumps do mean that they kind of slow down a little bit as they're trying to take this back.
And that little bit of a delay could be what Tidy Tidings need to keep their foot on the gas pedal, getting a flank onto that bucket here. Now they're moving towards the back line of Tidy Tidings. They are going to get noticed. That being said, it is a wipeout for WS, and now they're going to start moving exactly the same way Tidy Tidings did. I think now that there's not a lot of pressure, and with the Tri-Strikes and the Kraken being popped from WS, they are going to make it to checkpoint 1 and will gain the lead.
Indeed. The question is, are they going to be able to get the whole way through it? And they are, as they continue that push. The shot does go down, but there's two down on the side of Tidy Tidings, so that should mean they should be able to continue this pressure. They might not be able to get the tar any further as long as that bucket is there defending, but some strikes will definitely push them out for them long enough to get a little bit further forward.
If anything, those AoE weapons that WS has, they have the Range Blaster, they have the Vanilla Slosher here. Those are really good for contesting those ledges here. They did not make it a little bit past checkpoint 1, but still, they pushed the lead to 42 here. And I think they're still on it, Zari.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it does seem like finally Tidy Tidings is seeing mid again here, but they're still trying to paint up afterwards, and that hammer gets taken out immediately by the strike. So it does, neither team's on a very solid footing, but I think Tidy Tidings are able to get a couple more picks and start their push going, but I don't know if it'll last too long unless... They can tidy up.
WS is 2 members down. Tidy Tidings, I think, did pop their soda. They do have the strikes on the side of that V-Slosher here. They are now on soda buff. They've reached checkpoint 1 once again. But like I said earlier, those AoE weapons that WS has, the bucket, the range blaster, and here comes that Kraken. Watch out, Luke Ford going down to Elias with that Kraken courtesy of the custom range blaster. They are going to be going down to what I think was the Gal on the side of Tidy Tidings. They're still trying to hold their ground at mid, trying to at least keep their footing. That way they're not pushed far too back. The lead has now pushed, is now a little bit closer. It is now 42-51 here. There's going to be around 1 minute left on the clock though, so Tidy Tidings needs to start shaking things up.
Yes, important to note with that lead split that there is no longer a checkpoint between them, right? So technically speaking, there is, like, they have to get to that checkpoint the way that WS already has, but they don't have to get the whole way through it to get lead. So it does mean, like, a very good wipe and, like, some good special play could very well be enough for them to get the lead here. But at the moment, they're just fighting for neutral, trying to find the upper hand, and I think it will depend on who loses players first, and both buckets go down slightly after each other, but it does seem like WS is losing more players.
And now, this is Tidy Tidings' last hurrah here. They have 30 seconds to get to 42. This is attainable. That being said, the Gal has gone down first. The bucket does have Tri-Strikes ready to rip. A Bong is rushing in. That Luna Blaster is really good at close range. They are going to be taking out Elias. The strikes are coming out here. There's going to be around 10 seconds left here. Lumi is just dancing around Sloshers, around the Sniper Rider. They do take the lead. I didn't even notice that. I'm sorry. Thank you for pointing that out. They've made it past checkpoint 3, and that will seal the game in Tidy Tidings' favors.
Well played. They just needed that upper hand, and once they got that Luna Blaster up on that right, there was pretty much no, they had to come in from the other side of the tower there, and just players went down one after another for WS, and it just kind of rolled into position there.
Exactly, here they managed to at least execute that push very effectively. Here's a replay from all the way at the start of the game, back during Tidy Tidings' first push here. Definitely showcases WS's defensive, perhaps all-roundish capabilities with their weapon comp going into that game 1. And they're still, like, picking things up here. Elix with that V-Shot, just cleaning up fights here. But Babong with that Luna Blaster, it has that coveted Ultra Stamp. It can just play in and out of so much locations here. As long as you can get it into the right position, it can cause some serious damage.
Yes, indeed. You just need to get the opportunity to do that. I will say that WS really did utilize their weapons and their specials quite well there, but when it comes down to it, if your players go down at the most inopportune times, then the tower keeps moving, and you need to get on it at those very crucial times. And when players are down, you don't have anyone to get on the tower. So that does mean going into game 2 of round 1 for these teams, Tidy Tidings are at match point, and we are going to be, oh, okay. This seems a little bit more in the favor of the Sniper Rider, I would say.
Yeah,
Sniper Rider.
Definitely so. There's so much vantage points that Chargers can take advantage of. I've seen a myriad of Chargers on Brinewater Springs. I've seen the likes of E-Leaders here, believe it or not here. But I think there's a valid reason to be using E-Leaders because of just how open Brinewater Zones is. It just allows a lot of the Chargers to just bask in the glory of not a lot of obstructions and then just hit shots like no tomorrow. I definitely think that I think Tidy Tidings is going to stick with their Sniper Rider going into this. But now I think we have no more time to talk about that. It's match point here for Tidy Tidings. If they win this, they move on to face Kanden. So let's see what they have to offer.
Yes, indeed. Okay, continuing to keep things the same on one side, but absolutely changing it up on the side of WS. They know they need to take this game, and they're deciding that a brush and a Dreadringer are the way forward. So fair enough. I look forward to seeing how this goes. Does mean I wouldn't have thought this was a zone where the like the Reef Slider strat works because it's such a big block in the middle, but maybe.
Could be. That being said, I think also that Reef Slider is really good for just pushing past a lot of obstructions here. And there it is. There's the wipeout for WS here. They've switched from a little bit of an all-round to like with a lot of mid-range weapons to something a lot more aggressive and a lot more fast-paced. This could potentially screw up with Tiny Composure moving into game 2. And Ilias is already in there like swimwear with that Kraken Royale, taking out at least the 52. That's one more weapon. That's one. It's one kill rail less to worry about here. The brush is also going in. They will be able to take out Elix, but Babong's gonna go down to a straight bomb. Lumi is just in the firefight. They're gonna be going down to the Dreadringer here. And WS is already halfway through their points here. They have a Reef Slider ready to rip as well in case they need to recap. And they're already holding the position on Tiny Tiding's base. Here comes the Reef Slider.
Oh! Yes, you can use it to recap, or you can use it to wreak havoc in their base, which definitely is working for them, as it just keeps putting Tiny Tidings in bad positions to get back in again. Like, that is what they're doing to them right now. If they don't have a good solid... Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh
okay.
man.
Alright.
Yeah, exactly. Who needs to recap when you can wreak havoc here? Just the full send straight into their spawn. Even if it only got out the Gal here, it definitely shook up their numbers, allowing WS to go to game 3 into the tiebreaker for round 1 here. And that is going to be on... well, we shouldn't talk about map modes yet. Let's see the replay.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Because it did seem at the beginning like maybe Tiny Tidings, like they were able to kind of get in, get control, but then as soon as WS started on all of this, they just did not really see zone again until they threw themselves at it at the very end. So yeah, it is kind of incredible that they continued to hold it. Because it was very kind of, I don't know, throw yourselves at the enemy type deal. But it worked.
Yeah, and if anything, a lot of Tiny Tidings comp doesn't really respond well to like you said, throwing themselves in. The only weapon that I could see doing that effectively is Babong with the Luna Blaster, but anything else doesn't really fare well when you're trying to dive into the zone and when you're going up against a lot of close quarter weapons like that brush that is on WS, courtesy of, I think that is Elix. And now we're going into the tiebreaker match to see who goes up against Kanzen in a winner's bracket round 2. This is Rainmaker, Humpback, Pump Track. Man, I am already anticipating WS to keep this comp.
Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. The one thing they might struggle with is the range blaster on some of those like curve, like shooting up with the range blaster on some of the curves of mid. But to be fair, you spend a lot more time either back towards your base or in their base, so they might stick with it. They might stay. Also, the Snipe Rider sometimes could be a little bit painful when you don't have the right angle, but we'll see if they go for it. But it did work incredibly well for them there. Like, I think they do need to go with the like rush them down type thing. Yeah,
exactly. I can already just imagine Huge going in with that Reef Slider specifically past that first checkpoint here, especially considering anything past that first checkpoint is just really close quarters. It's probably something that I'd consider the choke point of all time. It's just you go through such a tight bottleneck into the rest of the bottle that is the enemy spawn, and you're just kind of exposed to so much vantage points. And having a Reef Slider like that can definitely clear the way of any obstrusions. We've seen that happen before in game 2. Let's see if it happens in game 3. Welcome to the tiebreaker.
Ooh, it all comes down to this. So, are we gonna see any changes from Tiny Tidings? Nope. Okay. Oh. Okay.
Hello, Sea Leader.
Yeah,
Hello,
that is a choice.
Hello, Enzap?
Yeah, okay. Well, I suppose it makes sense if you're gonna play leader, right? You need to get your drinks from somewhere else. But oh my god, there's already half down on the side of Tiny Tidings. They were not ready for an E-leader.
Yeah, Elix was just hitting their shots like it was a phase COD montage here. They already are in control of the Rainmaker, but the S-Blast is going to be going down here. And the Rainmaker as well here. The Gal is just weaving in and out of the checkpoint as well as mid here. Hate Me's in a tricky situation. They're going to be going down too. The strikes are coming out from WS as well. They're not out of this fight just yet, but Tidy Tidings now has Tactical to work with here. The bomb spam is real. The Booyah Bomb is being charged. More suction bombs are coming in. I think Huge is going to be going down. The Rainmaker has reset once more. WS still has the lead in 76, but that is probably easily obtainable if Tidy Tidings can just make it a little bit past here.
Yeah, I would say it's technically a lead, but is it really? No. Like, you will not win with that lead on this map unless literally the game ends for like questionable reasons. That's the only way. That's the highest lead we get. As already we are to the checkpoint, but the Rainmaker's trying to get up. They are able to get that checkpoint, which is very helpful for them to do, but only the 52 is alive and trying to shark, see if they can wait for their teammates and go in, hopefully, again.
That being said, though, they have to deal with the Tri-Strikes being popped by Huge. WS is trying to at least get out of it. I think they're trying to get the Rainmaker reset. No, does not look like that's the case. Actually, that is the case. Me when I lie. Rain has the Tri-Strikes ready to go, but they are going to be canceled down by Ilias here. Lumi, I think, is the last one left on Tidy Tidings left in mid, as WS will be able to pop the Rainmaker once more. They just need to get to that checkpoint to at least get an even lead so far, and already there's 2 members down on Tidy Tidings. The Gal is trying to make a move, but they are going to be pressured by the sloshes, and now WS will also be making it to the first checkpoint.
Yes, indeed. And they should have enough room here to pick up that Rainmaker, because so much of Tidy Tidings, they're quite pushed back. Interesting. They got the pop on that, but they're not able to actually get there we go. That blaster. But yeah, in all that time, they weren't able to actually pop the Rainmaker, WS I mean, and actually continue that push. So that does mean that they are still not in control of the lead.
Exactly, by a single point margin here. It's still very, very precarious, and now the Rainmaker's gonna go down to a stray bomb. I think Tidy Tidings still has their footing in mid, but no, but bomb's gonna go down. Huge is popping the strikes once more. Rain needs to at least make their way here. They have strikes as well here, as WS will be able to pop the Rainmaker. They're jumping back. The Rainmaker's being lost here. This is a firefight and a half.
Chaos. But at the moment, the E-leader is down, so their range is kind of not back yet. But as I say that, the edit goes down, then goes the 52, in comes the hammer. Are they gonna be able to get it? Someone else is able to get it. It's all good. We continue to stall, but that does mean that WS got the lead during that, and we're able to get to 48. What the frick was that, E-leader? What? What?
Listen, get the camera. Whoa. Elix with the trick shot here, pushing the lead for WS to 22 here. Now that is a lead that will take a little bit more time to break if you're Tidy Tidings, especially where there's 1 minute left on the map, and Hate Me is in the ink, sharking like a Megalodon. And Ilias is still there too. Ilias is going down too. I don't think there's... No! Elix is still there! Elix is still there!
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh,
able to get out. But this stall that ends up was able to create for their team. Getting 3 picks alone. Incredible. Oh my god. Just continue. Like, yes, Tidy Tidings has the Rainmaker now, but they could have had it like 20, 30 seconds earlier had that not have happened. And that just gives WS the time to reconfigure, get back together, and get that Rainmaker out of Tidy Tidings' hands. Last 20 seconds. Oh god.
Yeah, there's only 20 seconds left. WS has the Rainmaker. They will be going down, though. There's 3 members down. Tidy Tidings has 10 seconds going into overtime to make this work. Wait, is no one picking up the Rainmaker? What is going on?
Got it. Where?
Wait, what's going on?
Pick up the Rainmaker.
Pick up the Rainmaker. No, but Bob got the Rainmaker. No, they lost it. The game's over.
They had it. They had it there. They had it waiting. They got 3 down, but they couldn't get the run. They didn't actually take it anywhere. Oh my god.
And with the reverse with the reversal happening from WS, they're going to be taking winners bracket round 1 in their fingers here, and there it is. There's at least the first push that got the lead, at least to 60-75, at least for Tiny Tidings. Here's Babong trying to at least making their way out of the trenches in and out of here. Here's an Ultra Stand play that I don't even think we noticed here. The hammer will not get Hugo here. They are going down. Please tell me they got it. There's Neelix. Oh no! Oh no! I think he got it
no, that was
barely.
before it. Oh, damn it. But yeah, some incredible plays from both of these teams. But what can I say? WS able to hold on to that lead and just kind of play a bit out of their minds. That E-Leader, the NZAP, they had their goddamn moments.
Oh man, I honestly want to feel like the reason that they didn't get that Rainmaker at the end is because I swear I noticed Hate Me also sitting near the Rainmaker as well right before the game was over here. They were just in the right place at the right time twice now.
But yeah, all it can take is a player to distract and confuse, and suddenly the 30 seconds they had became 5. So yeah, very, very incredible from both of those teams. Now their prize is to fight first seed, but at least they got, what WS gets a win under their belt before they have to do that. It's always an oof looking at the bracket and being like, ah yes, you know what you've won? Getting stomped. Good luck.
Don't count out one WS though here. I guess looking at the rest of the bracket as a whole, Distinct and X name, Distinct will be going on to round 2 to fight the last second pickup, and Stars the Impact will be going up against I'm on 1. They actually have already started. I don't think I'm getting probably a lot of time left here because we probably gotta hit the brakes on for us here. So of course, stay hydrated, stay pumped, because we're gonna be right back to paddling in the pool.
And that was quick. So we are back already with round 2 of Paddling Pool 317, which is a late call versus Zipcat. They are already in their lobby getting ready, but Frostings, what do you think of these maps?
Well, I was gonna get water, and speaking of water, Barnacle and Dime Clam Blitz has a lot of water here. That being said, though, Barnacle and Dime Clam Blitz is just one of those maps that has a real. I feel like both teams will have a little bit of trouble, perhaps like at least trying to hold their footing within the basket area, that general court that is that is basically at the enemy team spawn. That will just allow them to at least get a vantage point, a height advantage on the attacking team. So I think it just depends on how well they can execute a push. As long as they can secure enough clams to get a really strong early lead, that could potentially be the key to victory for either Late Call or Zipcat.
If they're able to get a good hold, and even just like mostly control over mid, then they've got the clam economy. They just need to work up their opportunity to get in. But we are gonna get started and see what we've got from these teams. Okay. Yep. Interesting. Oh my god, love the roller. Interesting.
They both have means of that Big Bubbler's Late Call's telekinesis. With that, Zimmy will have the Big Bubbler, and you mentioned that earlier. Zipcat has Nom Nom with the V Roller that, of course, has Big Bubbler as well. Immediately, that bucket's going to be going down. That's no strikes for Zipcat, but a Crab Tank was popped, but Tame is going to be going down to Telekinesis, and Late Call are just pushing their way through mid here, leaving no one, not giving anyone a break here.
Yep, they are first to get somewhat control of that mid, but already that's 2 down. As Slasher has to kind of back up, their other teammate does end up going down, and they're just gonna have to try and stay alive here as they are on their own. Unfortunately, I think they were trying to throw that ball back, but it didn't actually end up going back.
Yeah, no, I think the power climb has also been vanished from Late Call's hands, so we're still at a very, perhaps even clam economy. But as soon as I say that, Zipcat will build a power clam of their own and start the push. Tame's gonna get rid of Rosa, and the barrier has been broken on the side of Zipcat here, and Jay just cannot catch a break. That Crab is just over-looming in a very strong threat, and already Zipcat will be making it to 62. That's a very ideal push to make it here. Can they still make it even further though? Because they did at least get rid of the blaster. They did make it to 56.
The only person with any clams was the Snipe Rider, so they were able to put their 2 clams in. But are they finally getting more in? I don't think they have time, and they do not. They now do have enough for a power clam already, and it's already in their hands. So they are getting ready for this for the next push as soon as they can. But the question is, with a player down, I don't think they're going to go for it just yet.
Yeah, I would probably think it's not a good idea, but they're still holding down the line right in front of court here. They do have the Crab Tank, courtesy of Tame. They have the Soda recently deployed, courtesy of that Snipe Rider here. They're just trying to at least whittle down Late Call's numbers right now. That being said, Zipcat is 2 down. I think they're going to have to start backing up right back into mid if they don't want to lose this power clam. Oh no, it's down!
Oh, it is indeed. I don't think they're going to get that power clam again. There is just so much green on the table at the moment. They are not able to get anywhere near mid. So this does look like Late Call is going to finally get their opportunity to maybe get a power clam in. But they do lose a player, which would be like their like going in player with that if they have their special. But it does seem like they're just going to continue kind of fighting this further up mid fight at the moment. Because no one has the upper hand.
Yeah, at least a lot of the fights tend to go with one member going down, but then quickly coming back into the fight here. Rose's numbers down on the side of Zipcat. Is this Late Call's time to strike? Rose is throwing that in. I think there's another power clam ready to go as well. Telekinesis is throwing a little bit more. They have the big bubble ready to go here. There's the defense that you want here, but you gotta throw those clams in, Telekinesis, here, because the timer's running out here. They're gonna make it to at least 68 here, but there's only Telekinesis left, and no, the Zimmy's going down. They did make it to 68 though.
They did indeed. That was unfortunate because, as you were saying, the Zimmy did have, or the Mini did definitely have the clams they needed, but was more focused on the defense. That just got deleted. Oh my god, Crab Tank? What Crab Tank?
Oh, Tame just can't catch a break right now. Same thing with Rosa too. That's a straight burst bomb going in their direction. Same thing with Telekinesis. Nom Nom's going in and the barrier's been broken once more. There's a power clam ready to be thrown. No! It gets shut down, but it's still being active. It's going in! Wait, did it go in? No, it didn't go in just yet here.
Wait, I saw it get thrown! Unclear. Very unclear what happened there. But regardless, didn't get it. They didn't get it in. It does mean that whenever they get a power clam, the next time they get a power clam in, they're like either both of these teams get more points, right? They don't have to, like, the penalty points do mean that they don't get like 20, but both teams will get points if they get a power clam in. So important to note that. It won't be enough for Late Call to win. They'll need more than that, but with the last 20 seconds, they do have a ball. They are missing a player. They just need to have a good kind of like push in now.
I think Jade does have the splashdown ready to go. They're in prime position. Do they have anyone that they could splash down or cause some more chip damage with that blaster? They do break the barrier, but no, that's
the wipe!
No way! And this time going on, but there's no left on Late Call to score. And with that, Zipcat will be taking round 1.
Indeed. That's so unfortunate. They got their opportunity there. They were able to push in, but it just they weren't able to kind of follow through once they got the basket open. That's so unfortunate.
Oh, yeah. They did have. I think like you said here, they just needed to at least have enough players to at least remain in court when the basket goes down. But since a lot of them dropped right before the clam went in, they didn't have anyone else to pick up some more clams, and that just kind of spelled the end for Late Call, at least within round one. There is still, of course, 2 more games to go, but you are having to worry about being knocked out. It's match point now for Zipcat.
It is indeed, which is going to be very, very important for Late Call to kind of sort out what they're doing, right? Going into the second game, it is going to be on tower control. Is that going to make a difference for them? Are they going to be able to kind of like settle in a bit more? Remains to be seen. It is tower control. Are they going to keep the bubbles? Probably.
Yeah, I definitely would say that the bubble is really important, especially I think also if you're Late Call, having that blaster is also a really good pick to have. AoE weapons like blasters as well as sloshers play extremely well on TC. Dare I say, maybe also extremely well on Undertow because of just the amount of ledges there are here, and you can just contest those ledges really well with buckets and sloshers. I think both teams had at least one bucket. Late Call had a blaster as well on top of that.
Indeed, so that will be very, very interesting to see how those kind of play out against each other. Also, important to note, I wasn't able to mention this during the game, but they both have something to kind of deal with the other's bubble. So there's the splashdown, perhaps, kind of can help you get through it, but also the other team still had those strikes to kind of deal with it as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. I don't see any changes. I think these teams are very settled into what they are wanting to do with these weapons. So I'm not that surprised.
Yeah, it's looking like Jay's trying to get an early push on, but they're being, I think, a little bit singled out by the AoE damage that Zipcat has. And already Tame's popping the crab, once more being propped up on the glass, firing off on Late Call. No one's trying to get... I think actually Slasher will be going down first here. That's going to be first blood of the game. I think that is a potential telekinesis going down next, but Tame's going down as well here. Once again, no one is stepping on tower. I think they're just trying to get a lot of good opening presence. That's a snipe off going in the hands of Eli, taking out Rosa. Zipcat did manage to step on tower for a bit, but Slasher is just weaving their way in, taking down 2 here. Now they're on tower with telekinesis on board. They do have the bubble ready to go. They take the lead, but only by a little. Telekinesis is going down, and we're right back into another bloodbath.
Yeah, these first checkpoints are truly they are like a step in front of the spot, like the starting position. So either you get a game where it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna get to our checkpoint and then we're gonna get you off the checkpoint, or it's like, okay, we're gonna do a big push and then you're gonna do a big push, and that first checkpoint doesn't mean very much. But here's the strikes dealing with the bubble before it gets too difficult. And Zipcat continue to push.
Yeah, and if anything, they're still holding down the pressure. They will be able to get rid of Slasher, getting rid of Jay as well here. They do still have control of that tower. Tame has the crab ready to rip as well. I think they just need to find a good position to pop it in. Here's that crab. Can it get a lot more pressure here? I don't think they're claiming any targets, but they are going to step on tower. That is a tower crab. You don't want to mess with the tower crab, but Tame's stepping off, especially considering there's 2 members of Zipcat down. I think there's no one left on the scene, and now Late Call just needs to at least find their footing once more. That way they're not pushed too far back.
Yep. Yes, indeed. It is going to be important to see if they can kind of, like... Late Call still seem to be very on the back foot here as they try to find like a defensive position that will get them an angle on as many of Zipcat as possible. But it just is not really working out for them. They're still losing more players than Zipcat are.
Yeah, exactly here. They're just taking their fights very effectively here.
What?
But Jay's trying to get a move in. Late Call is 2 down. I think they're trying to at least hold their ground, at least on the tower. Fruit. Oh, and the splashdown's coming. That will be able to take down Nom Nom at least. That's 1 less bubble to worry about if you are Late Cat here. And now Late Call, and now they're moving in. They will be able to take out Tame. That's no more crabs for Zipcat here. Telekinesis is on tower. They have the bubble ready to go. They just need to get past the first checkpoint. They will be able to do that, and with a bubble safely guarding them, here's the splashdown, not being able to take out any targets, but pushing Fruit back ever so slightly for late call. The strikes are coming out as well here. They're just trying to at least get a little bit past. They are going to lose the tower. It's going to move right back into mid once more.
Yes, indeed. We can see the roller trying to flank, trying to get the back line, able to find someone else instead, as just the entirety of late call either died or got pushed way out of mid. So that puts Zipcat back in a very favorable position here as they are continuing to get points and push further. They're almost at that last checkpoint now.
Yeah, and now this is potentially finale for late call. It's deadly close to knockout range here. Nom Nom is down. I think Fruit's going down too. Same thing with the pencil. Tame's just trying to clear up the fight, able to take out Telekinesis, but I think they're the last one left on the scene, and they are going to go down in a 2v1 with Jane Slasher taking them out as a pair. And now Jane Slasher is starting to move up here, especially that's what you want to do when you have that amount of mobility and that amount of aggression with whether you're a blaster or a stamper. And now late call has 1 minute left to take back this game.
Yep, it's really coming down to it now. They have to find the picks, find the opportunity, and try and make the most of this because the time is ticking and they have a long way to go. They've got a checkpoint and 3/4 to do. So, I'm not sure if this is... they need to be on that tower. They need to be having it moving now.
Especially since Slasher was starting to pop the Zipcaster. There's going to be around 20 seconds left to rock here. They are on tower here, but I think we're starting to enter a little bit of panic mode as there's 2 members down on late call. Jace popping the panic splash down, going down, being shut down by Eli. There's 10 seconds left. There's no one from late call left in mid side. I think Telekinesis is here. They are on the tower here, but that is a Zimmy against a Crab. I don't think that engagement's going well. They are going to be able to take out Tame, but with Rosa left on tower, it's now up to overtime, but no, that is a that is the tri-strikes.
Ooh.
And Zipcat will be able to take the sweep 2-0, claiming round 2 for themselves moving forward in winner's bracket. They're going to be going up against LeBron James and the Lakers plus Cell in round 3. Oh god.
Indeed they are, which is gonna be an interesting one. Good luck to them. Yet again, we follow teams that are about to end up in not great situations.
Definitely so.
But yes, that was a very back and forth game. But Zipcat just able to push that much harder and keep the defense up when they needed it. So it just ended up going very, very much in their favor. But that's like they played incredibly well. They were able to be just that much more aggressive than late call, and that really worked out for them to continue to keep the person advantage in their favor throughout all of that. Oh, GG strikes.
I just thought they were gonna put 1 strike there just to prove a point, man. You don't need the tri-strike. Hello, just 1 strike.
Just 1 strike. It's all we need. 1 strike and 1 person to just hop on tower during the strike. But yes, good luck to Zipcat. We believe in you. But we are going to be, I think, moving on. Yeah, round 3 we're going to be seeing I'm on 1 versus Passion. I don't know.
Pashone?
Pashone?
Is JoJo's reference?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. We're going to figure that out during the break, though, maybe. So don't be going anywhere. We will be right back once we have everyone in the lobby and we can get right back into it.
Oh,
okay, cool. Never mind. We have been told that there is no break. We are getting right into it.
oh man.
All right. Cool. Let's see. So I'm on 1 versus Passione. Who knows?
I think this is Passione. They have the Golden Wind gang on their Sendu page. This is probably
Okay.
Passione. This is a JoJo's reference, and we are now in winner's bracket round 3. It's like you said, we just can't catch a break right now. And we're now, and to up the ante on that statement, best of 5 now.
Woo! Always love a guaranteed 3 matches, but possibly even more. Truly what I'm here for. I want more Splatoon. Absolutely. So that does mean we are going to be starting off on Umami Ruins on Clan Blitz, which is definitely a mode and a map that do come up. It is a Clan Blitz type situation. We do tend to see Umami either on this or on Splat Zones. But intriguing is a place to start for the set.
Yeah, Umami is definitely a lot more close quarters situation, not just basically in anywhere, whether that be in the clan basket area or in their spawn or just even in mid. It's going to be, it's a lot more just tightly packed in of a map, but it still allows midline weapons or just the backlines in general to play here. They have a lot of at least a lot of platforms that they can just perch on, at least get a good view of mid. Maybe not so of the basket, but we'll just have to see what I'm-on-1 and Passione have to offer here. Everyone's just readying up, just at least getting ready to go. Oh man.
So we should be getting into this just in a couple moments. I am intrigued to see what these teams are going to bring to the table here, what we're going to get. Are we going to see, is this going to be another Sniper Rider versus Sniper Rider situation? Are we going to get more edits coming out? What kind of weapons are their front lines going to be playing? I am just very intrigued. More buckets, maybe?
I mean, okay, I just looked at their team rosters for a second, and I noticed Ali was on I'm-on-1, so anticipate Blaster. Anticipate Blaster.
Yes. More blasters.
There
very
it is.
cool. Yeah.
Yep.
Called it. That's
So Ali
that
is-
you did. Oh,
Ali's
Julie's on both sides
S+.
though.
Yeah, that is
Yes.
Dap Nouveau on Passione, and I'm-on-1 sporting on Paris. So they do have at least a variant of Splashdown with their dualies here, so that'll be pretty interesting to see both teams here. We're looking for a pretty fast-paced match, actually.
Yes. Also important to note when you look at these, it's like they're saying the same words but just in different fonts. Like they've both got Julies, they've both got blasters, and then they've got like the standard splash Sniper Rider to kind of bring up the rest of it. So it will be interesting to see how the differences in ranges and specials end up faring for them. But that's 2v2 at the moment. So I do not think they are going to be anyone's going to be getting any points in at the moment.
Yeah, when the weapons are just this aggressive here, you can expect the numbers to whittle down fast.
Whoa,
And what did I
whoa.
just say? There's 3 members down on Passione now, and I'm-on-1 is starting to work their way forward. No, that being said, the Enperi's going down. It's just Yerk Yoda left on the side of I'm-on-1, but Ali has made it onto the scene here. They're at least halfway towards their Booyah Bomb here. I think they are a little bit more forward here. That's allowing them to at least claim a lot more space for himself. The Splashdown's coming out, but that will be cancelled. The Enperi's gone down. Freaky Fella's going to be going down here. That's no splash for the side of Passione. And now I'm-on-1's firing off with the Crab Tank. I think the Pencil's retreating back onto their side of mid here, so we're right back to where we once were. A firefight in mid.
Yes, I would continue to call this neutral until someone can actually get up the ramp. Like, and I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. These teams are so incredibly aggressive that they need to get almost everyone down, or else someone will come and finish them off as they push.
If you won't, somebody will, and Passione is once again 2 members down here. The Booyah Bomb is being charged, the Splashdown's going in. I think Yerk Yoda has enough space to move in, and the barrier has been broken. There's 3 members down on the side of Passione, and there's another Power Clam en route from Ali. A second Power Clam has hit the basket. There's more coming in from Yerk Yoda as well. They pushed to 51. They should be able to make it to 40 now.
Very, very nice on their side. They do not have the clan economy to do anything else, and they do end up getting pushed back out. But they don't lose that many players, and they don't give up space in mid. So that is incredibly well done, seeing as they just got like over 50 points in.
Oh god, Ali just barely managed to jump out of that reef slider here, and already I'm on one has another power clam ready to rip right back into the hands of Yerk Yoda here, firing off on Freaky Fella. What are these names here? I swear I noticed a Grip Lord. Yeah, there it is. Bellyman's moving in here, being shut down by Hatchin, but now Hatchin will be taken down by the, I think that was the Dapple Doolies on the side of Pashone here. And once again, right back into neutral, right back into the firefight here.
Yep, where both of these teams, they're getting picks. They might even get, like, the advantage in picks, as we're seeing right now. But that does not mean they're able to get that push going just yet. It's them continuing to set up for it, and then suddenly something going incredibly wrong.
Right now, the Moose will pop the crab here, but they are under fire from everything that Pashone has to offer here. That being said, though, I'm on one has built 2 power clams, though. That's gonna be really interesting because at least 2 members of I'm on one are now at least revealed to the members of Pashone here. And already I'm on one is 2 members down on their end here. The Booyah Bomb will potentially slow down Pashone just a little bit more here, and they're still being left in mid. Freaky Fella will pop the crab here, but the Moose is walking in. Wait, oh, I thought they had the power clam on them. Wait, oh, they're signaling a jump. They're signaling a jump. Sorry.
Oh, they got the jump off, and there goes the power clam. What was that? Ali deciding whether or not to make the dash for it. Thankfully decides no, but that does mean that they've been able to decrease the penalty points a little bit. It does also mean that they've given Pashone an additional power clam. But that is 1v1 at the moment.
It's just... Oh no, here comes the hammer! Oh no,
yes.
they won't be able to take out anyone.
Indeed. But we can see that Pashone is ready and there to follow up. But that is 3 down. The only one alive is the Snipe Rider who's trying to get out of there. Does seem like they were able to with 7 clams in tow. Practically a power clam. That is such an unfortunate drop. Oh.
And I don't think Pashone had any more power clams left after that double clam push here. It could have potentially gotten them back the lead, but because they only threw 2 clams in, they didn't have any more power clams left to activate overtime, which means game 1 will go to I'm on one.
Indeed, and that's even more unfortunate because they had those 7 clams, right? The Snipe Rider was able to find 7, but not 8 to actually make the power clam and let them have overtime. So they almost had the second opportunity there, but not quite. But yeah, I'm on one, just getting so much done. But not to mention, Pashone was still doing a lot of work there, mostly on the defense or in the neutral. But they did end up getting a very good push of their own. They just didn't have enough for that one push to be the answer to like getting lead.
Yeah, exactly. Here, just not a lot, not just doing a lot, but not barely enough here. And it was just really just kind of depends on who can get the most picks first here, because a lot of the fights ended up with at least 2 members, 3 members down like we see here. And there's that double clam push here. They could have gotten at least a 4 to at least get close to the lead, but Grip Lord was just way too far away and not enough clams in their hand, allowing them to at least join the push here. We're going into game numero dos. Welcome to Mako Mart, Splat Zones.
Yes, very much. Also a very close quarters map. I could see a lot of fights happening on that zone where it switches back and forth between these 2 teams. I think it would be very funny if it is also the same kind of setup where they end up with like 1v1 players on the board because everyone else goes down, and it just depends on who ends up being the one that can paint. But yeah, I am very intrigued to see if we get any changes. I don't think the Snipe Riders would need to. The rest of the weapons do seem quite solid in getting around and through Mako Mart, so I wouldn't expect there to be.
Yeah, that being said though, Mako Mart is a map all about verticality here, and if anything, I think both teams will probably have a lot of time pushing the stacks as well here. We've seen they are sporting at least 2 dualies here. Of course, they do have those. Both teams have splashes with crabs, so those are really good, at least when it comes to controlling the stacks and making sure you have a good presence. I think it just depends on what they have to offer. I think that is that's I'm on one sticking with what they have. And I
Same
think that
with
is also
Pashone.
Pashone's. Yeah, okay. That Bellyman was running the Neo Luna. Yeah.
Yeah. So that will mean going into this they are staying with what they've got, and they are gonna be fighting over mid to see who can get the point first. It does seem like it's going in IM1. There we go. IM1 one's favor, but one player goes down on both sides here. So it just depends on if anyone else ends up going down, and if Pashone is able to get the advantage.
Pashone was 2 members down though here, and Freaky Fella's looking to be in a precarious situation with Hatchin here. Splashdown's gonna go out perhaps, but Golduck does have the Reef Slider that's gonna put the zone into not just neutral, but a cap for Pashone, leaving IM1 with 30 penalty points, and with Pashone with a lot more leeway to start working with a push of their own.
Yes, indeed. And they continue to hold on to that zone. They need to keep the paint up, but they're able to. And as long as they are able to stop this from getting switched, they can very easily progress to that 62-point lead at the moment. So, but not to say, I'm on one is trying to keep that paint up with that Snipe Rider. They're just not quite enough, but it will be now with three down on the side of Pashone.
It did get really close to I'm on 162 though, but right now I'm on 1 is already right back on the stacks here. The cooler is ready to roll for I'm on 1. The Moose has the crab as well here, and that's going to potentially be a little bit more of a barrier, but there it goes, immediately getting shut down by a hammer from the heavens, courtesy of, I think, the Luna. Right now, Pashone just needs to break through as Pashone is out, as I'm1 is out of their penalty points, and thanks to the Reef Slider, that's another instant cap for Pashone.
Yes, indeed, and it will stop I'm on 1 from continuing their progress towards even more points. And with 2 down on I'm on 1, that will make it even more difficult for them to find their way back to mid. But it does seem like they're still kind of struggling here, as I'm on 1 is coming in all together.
Yeah, Pashone once again just barely getting to I'm on 1's lead, this time with a 1-point differential, 49-50 here. Bellyman's going in, but immediately getting cancelled in return from Demoose, revenge from earlier, and now Demoose has the crab ready to go here. That's going to be firing off onto Griplord as well as anyone else on stacks here. And once again, I'm on 1 is expended their penalty points. They're going to start counting down. Freaky Fella is almost at their crab here. They're at least trying to get a position on stacks. And the Reef Slider's coming once again. Another zone switch from Pashone.
Very... Oh, okay.
Wait.
Was going to say very well done to them, but that did not last. As already that wipeout, and just the players still going down on the side of Pashone does mean that it is very difficult for them to get back in, but they are able to manage it and push I'm on 1 back out again. But for how long is the real question.
Definitely does feel so, as now Pashone is almost out of their penalty points. Oh, making find a one down.
Oh. Find their special, but it was
Pashone rocket here.
a lot of I'm on 1 got also to force the penalty points and time. A very
This tower control match.
yeah, I would be I would agree with you on that, especially since both of these teams aren't running bubble. It might have been an idea to have something like a shot or a squeezer or something that has the ability to have a Zuka, right? Because you could just snipe someone with it off the tower. And because it's so flat, there's nothing really in the way of doing that. But I don't know. That's just a thought here. It does look like they're probably going to stay on the weapons they've been... okay.
Oh, hello, Wiper. So Pashone still
Wait.
has Wiper. Okay,
Yeah.
Pashone still has a hammer. They still have the hammer, but Bellyman's going from the blaster to the Wiper. That's going to be a very interesting pick here. Especially, I was considering,
Yeah.
I was really thinking they were going to stick with that blaster, simply because blaster plays very well on TC. Maybe more blasters more than others. But immediately,
Yeah.
I'm on one will be jumping onto tower first with both crabs being popped within close succession. But Freaky Fella's going to be going down as Hatchin is just weaving into the steps. But no one was on tower. Pashone's still setting a, I guess, quote-unquote lead at 94.
Yes. Well, I don't think that's going to, stay there. As 94 immediately gets pushed all the way up to, well, 87 isn't much either. But the tower is still not moving.
Yeah, it's still within the general mid area here. That being said, I'm on one is still fighting for their lives right now to keep their footing. I think they were 2 down just a little bit earlier. There's 2 down as Demoose is going to go down. Ali's managing to take out Bellyman, and they are on Soda Buff. That's a direct onto Freaky Fella. I think Ali's starting to move in. They have I think Griplord in their sights. They will be able to take out Griplord, and now I'm on one is starting another push. Make it 3.
Yeah, make it the third push that it takes them to get to the checkpoint. Incredible. There we go. The Splashdown able to get a pick. The Emperor's still in. Golden! Oh my god! The triple
Golden.
as well! Continues to just push up. That was incredible.
Man, Goldim with the Honda Civic moving all the way down, just lined up perfectly for that Reef Slider, managing to take out 2 on tower and then claiming another one left here. Can this be the start of a wonderful push from Pashone? We'll just have to see here as Bellyman missing the crab. Goldim with another Reef Slider. There's 2 down on the side of Pashone. Goldim's down though here. Bellyman's moving in though. Don't mess with the Wiper in close quarter situations. Freaky Fella's going down. Pashone is now 2 members down. I think another 2 down. It's only Griplord and Goldim left here, but they have made it past the first checkpoint. They can actually take back lead here. There it is.
Yep. Yes, they are. They're able to get it. Goldim still in a very, difficult position. Does end up going down. I'm on one on the tower, getting it back into mid, ready to get a push of their own going. They know that they just have to kind of get to where they were before. But Hatchin does the splashdown, gets a pick. I don't even think that was the person they were looking for.
Really?
Yeah. It did look like they were looking at someone else when they did that, but interesting. You never know.
But the lead is still relatively close, 58-42 here. The Moose is trying to run out from Bellyman, but now I'm on one is 3 members down. I think Pashone was 2 members down as well here. I don't think anyone was left with a numbers advantage here as we're going right back into the firefight. The Moose is firing off with the crab tank on that gazebo here. I don't think they're actually claiming any targets of their own. Hatchin's moving in. They're halfway towards the splashdown. Griplord is now watching the flanks here. Do they notice? Yan Perry, no, Griplord's going to go down here. And now I'm on one is starting to push out. Yerk Yoda's trying to get onto that tower here. Same thing with Ali, and now they're on that tower. They're on that soda buff as well here. There's gonna be 1 minute left, 1 minute 30 seconds left for I'm on one to take back this lead here.
Yep, indeed. They've got a 4-point difference, and they are approaching it rapidly. Goldim not able to get a repeat of the Reef Slider double, but they're still able to put enough pressure as a team onto I'm on one to push them back into mid. 2 players down on Pashone though, and we've still got a minute left. They need to be back on this defense. Is it going to be enough though? I don't know.
Oh,
There's
it
the
is!
lead.
Oh no, there it is! They managed to
Oh.
take back the lead within the 1 minute span. I think they still have a little bit more fight in them as Ali is now charging a Booyah Bomb. Oh, it gets cancelled, but the Booyah Bomb's still out. Hatch is popping the splashdown as well here. I'm on one is still 2 members down here, and they are still moving. The tower Hatch is gonna claim 2 more. Make it 3. Oh no, the dualies are dualying.
Yes, they are, and they continue to keep that tower on the aggressive here. As long as they can keep pushing, then Pashone cannot do that. The sniper does also end up going down for Pashone. Another one as well with Bellyman. And the only one left is Goldeb, and there's the wipe.
Oh no, they move it ever so close to the knockout range. That was a deadly close game between Pashone as well as I'm on one. But with a sudden switch in the lead within the last minute of that match, the winners of Winners Bracket Round 3 is I'm on one. They will be moving on to semis.
Yes, indeed. Good luck to Pashone, but they're gonna need to kind of push their way back up. Actually, no, they're gonna be moving on to semis. Sorry, semis. I thought you said quarterfinals. I don't know why. But yes, semis. So a very, very interesting. Probably going to be dealing with Camden as well soon, unless something goes incredibly wrong for them in the set they're currently doing. But yeah, that was a game that Pashone were in the lead for so long, able to keep the fight in mid, but it just came down to that last minute. It all went sideways for them.
Yeah, here. I did say, though, earlier that the lead was still very close here. It was 48 to 50 something. But then because the lead was just around, was at least between, under 10 points, I'm on one managed to at least take that back in in almost a landslide effort here. We're not needing to see game 4 nor 5. Oh, man.
Indeed.
Is this finally a break for us?
I think it might be. Yes, I do believe that they have not finished playing the other side of the bracket. So we are going to take a short break to sort out what we're doing next. Do not be going anywhere. We will be back real soon. Welcome back, everyone.
Oh, that's what he wants. Okay, well, huh. So, right now we're getting a look-see on, I guess, another on, like on. Let's say, this was
the
LeBron
game
and the
we're waiting
Lakers.
for.
This is the game we're waiting for.
Yes, this set has gone to a game 5. All right, this is LeBron and the Lakers in Cell versus Zipcat from earlier. And
Is this Lakers in 5? Is this gonna be a Lakers in 5 moment, or will Zipcat take this once more? We've seen Zipcat before. This is specifically from Tiki Taka's POV here. I've seen them a lot on Nautilus, and you're seeing them on V Nautilus right now, actually.
Also, this is LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell on their way to a reverse sweep, right?
Yeah,
they lost 2 games. We were like, oh, that's weird. They're seed 2. That's okay. Well, it seems like we're not going to be seeing them next. And then they proceeded to barely scrape game 3 out of the clutches of Zipcat and then stomp on game 4. So they're continuing
to get game 5.
Just that.
Like, they're past 50. They're past 50, Cardi, here. They're just holding down this zone very effectively here. That knot is gonna have to be something to look out for if you're watching it. Oh no, zone's gone into neutral.
Is it gonna be enough?
Nom Nom? Oh, Nom Nom's getting shut down here, and zone's back in the control of LeBron and the Lakers itself. Because I know last time I casted them, maybe I'm not sure how many weeks ago, but they are very insistent on including. They're very insistent on Cell being unnamed.
Yes, of course,
They're
indeed.
very insistent.
Not part of the Lakers. They continue to either have that be neutral or.
Oh my God! Is this Lakers in 5? This is Lakers in 5.
What? Oh my God!
I forgot when he goes. It's like. Oh wait, what was it? What was it? It's like that one sports announcer that always goes like Lakers in 5. He does like this little jiggy rhyme. It's like.
I don't think I know this.
It's like Splatter Shop, High Top, Sale Shop, Lakers in 5. And there it is! LeBron and the Lakers plus Cell will be going up against 5-point divers in the other half of winners bracket semis, which we pretty much are just waiting for them to get into Jorian's room now.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Oh my God, they almost got put down into losers. Zipcat so close to getting to semis, but just ended up not working out for them. And important to note, I said that they barely got game 3 of that set. They barely took it from Zipcat. It was a 1 point difference. I think it was 31 versus 32, right? And when I tuned in to look at this while we were waiting on the break, I think there was about a minute, maybe a minute and a half left in that game, and they were already on that 31-32. So that meant that LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell were able to hold on for like at least a minute of just keeping that fight in mid until finally the game ended, because they did not get any more points. They only won by 1.
What map was that, by the way? I know it's planned.
Museum.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's definitely yeah. I can see that. It's hard to like break past. It's hard to break past those spinners, man. And like fights can be very easily cleaned up. At least on top of the top spinner when you're trying to at least get a defense going here. So, dang. But even still, 32-31 for that long.
Indeed, it is. Yeah, that was the beginning of their comeback sweep. So they very much needed to get that before they could. But yeah, we are waiting for the players to get into the lobby. Have we got? There we go. That was just what I was about to ask. Thank you to Ryan. We have maps and Mo's. All right, we are starting on Museum.
Oh wow, okay.
So this will be interesting to see if we see something similar from them, or if one of these teams is able to just sweep with this first game. I'm not sure, because LeBron and the Lakers and Cell are still very warmed up from their last set. They were the last set to finish of the quarterfinals, so they are raring to go. While 3-point divers have had to wait on them, so maybe that'll have a bit of an effect. Maybe.
It just depends on if 3-point divers will have cold feet going in to game one. And we were saying, we were still talking about Museum here, and Museum, of course, very characterized and very important because of the spinners on the map. Of course, the Rainmaker sits on the mid spinner, and then in order to get past at least the first checkpoint, there's another bit of a bottleneck past the first checkpoint because you have to deal with that spinner, and then once you move past the spinner, it's just open range from then on until the final checkpoint. So I think it just depends on how well they can navigate past that first checkpoint.
I absolutely agree. If they're able to get their footing, get past that checkpoint, and be still like a full team, right? Not have had someone go down in that process, you can get a lot done. Also, I suppose it depends on like your ability to like use spacing specials or killing specials. But yeah, if you're able to kind of keep your team together on that plat, you can get a lot done.
Yeah, and now we're out of words and we're out of time left to see what we have to offer. And now we're going into winners bracket semis here. Here's LeBron and the Lakers. And Cell, they're still sticking with what they were, I think, with what they were running last time. And meanwhile, on 3-point divers, we're seeing ballpoint. We're seeing Tentobrella.
Excuse me? Oh my god. We have... Wait, what? Okay, that...
Okay.
Wow,
that was fast.
I was gonna say, we have not seen a so off-meta team in a while. We've also not seen a team without Tacticooler this whole time, but it doesn't seem like it's going well for them with this off-meta pick, so they're gonna have to figure out a way to get back into this, and quickly.
And if anything, LeBron and the Lakers have still pushed it up very far. They made it up to 19 off of that first push. I think they still potentially have more as jumps are now occurring from the rest of LeBron and the Lakers and Cell here. And the brush is just forced to go down. And if anything, I think 3-point divers did have the Rainmaker for a bit, but then they lost it. At least making sure to drop it off within this little cubby here. Definitely a good move to make that will give the Lakers and Cell a little bit more of a walk here. But if anything, from what we've seen with this very short time, these guys are hot on the trigger.
Yes, indeed. And 3-point divers are not having a fun time with it. As already that is 2 down on their side. They've got that Inkjet, but because of this player here on the left, they can't use it on the Rainmaker. They do end up also going down with it, which means their backline is dead. But that's a delayed wipe on the side. There we go. There's the wipeout. But it was already a delayed wipe for LeBron and Lakers. They are gonna have to get themselves all back into mid and find their footing and grab that Rainmaker if possible.
And right now, I think 3-point divers has a little bit of has at least their paint paved just enough so they can at least get to the first checkpoint, unless the Lakers and Cell have something to answer to that, and they do. I'm not sure if I think that was Sata Andagi being in the right place at the right time. Man, what is it with Zaps being sharking like that? Yamal is moving in, at least being able to take out 2 on the side of 3-point divers here. I think they managed to clean up the fight. There's no more members of 3-point divers left, and the Lakers and Cell are now starting to move their way right back out of mid. They still hold the lead with an unprecedented 19-70.
Yes, indeed. 19 is such a struggle to get to. Oh my god, 3-point divers. They need to get... Well, they need to get them out of their plat for any meaningful amount of time, and that has just not happened yet. Truly... Oh my god. They're still trying to, like, have some room in mid. Is that too much to ask? Because at the moment it really is.
Yeah, when you're rented, well, when your space is being occupied by playmakers like the rest of the Lakers and Cell here, it's just very hard to find your footing here. They have just a wider range of weapons that can play at basically all ranges. Pencil, Nautilus, Stamper, Shot here. They can just weave in and out from backline to midline to frontline and play very effectively in almost all of those ranges here, specifically Stamper, as I think as well as Nautilus is here. Oh no, are they trying to put it on the glass?
Oh my god, I think they might be.
Pook. Oh no, I think Pook's gonna be able to do it. Oh, they did!
Oh my god.
Oh no.
The
Oh no.
disrespect. Oh dear. Oh no. Well, this is gonna be a struggle.
Yeah, that's gonna be
struggle.
a lot. Not only do 3-point divers need to worry about getting to 19, now they need to worry about getting the Rainmaker off of the glass, which that's gonna be a little bit of a struggle, considering that Apuk is watching with an eagle eye right now, and everyone else, whether that be Tiki Taka or Zeke or Sata Andagi, are just holding down the line. They could be anywhere in mid here. 3-point divers needs to start acting fast, and already Hyperstar is moving out with the Inkjet, pushing back Tiki Taka a little bit more with that Booyah Bomb, and the rest of the Lakers and Cell are moving towards mid, but now they have eyes on the glass here, but Pook's going down to the Trizuka, but Zeke, oh no, there's 3 down on 3-point divers!
Yeah, okay. I don't think. Oh, there's the reset though. Are they gonna try and put it back there? Is that what's gonna happen? I think.
Oh, they do have the Rainmaker. Oh no, Pook's going back.
Oh, didn't get the opportunity though. But there's only 5 seconds left. I don't know.
Oh, they do have the Rainmaker though. No, they lose it.
Do not.
Oh no, it felt like the game was over the game felt like it was over with only 1 minute and 20 something seconds left of the clock as soon as a Pook deposited on their glass. Very unfortunate for the rest of the 3-point divers, as LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell will be able to take game number 1 here.
Yes, indeed they will. So that is a very, very dominant opening to this semi. Absolutely. They just ran the whole way up with that Rainmaker. They had the opportunity to get it in a position that 3-point divers couldn't do much about, and yet again they still got that incredible push to 19, even though it was never really challenged after that. Like, that push in and of itself is such a strong position to be in. So coming off that first game, I think we can truly say that they were warmed up.
Yeah, that's true here. Perhaps this is a bit of a wake-up call for the rest of 3-point divers as we're going into game number 2. We're back to Mako Mart. This time we're on TC. LeBron and the Lakers and Cell are sticking with their guns here, and I think that's the same comp on the side of 3-point divers as well. That S-Blast is going to be very, very valuable to play here, especially on a map like Mako Mart. So let's see if they can take this back and push a little bit further.
Yes, indeed. It really does depend on if they're able to get this tower moving, and who's able to get it further. But already that's 2 down on 3-point divers, which should mean that LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell should be able to kind of get a little bit more of a solid control of mid. But as I'm saying that, down goes 2 players on the side of LeBron, Lakers, and Cell. 3 players, in fact, a little separately though. So it does continue to kind of be in that neutral stage. But 3-point divers are trying to push. I don't think that's going to go anywhere.
Yeah, I think the Lakers and Cell still have a little bit more of a fighting chance in them to try to at least shut down any opportunities. No more loose ends, no more divers diving around. That being said though, they are still sticking on that tower courtesy of that 10 shield here. They at least managed to get that lead, pushing it to 83 here, but still, that lead is still very attainable for the rest of the Lakers and Cell here. That being said though, Zeke's gonna go down. The brush is down on the side of 3-point divers here, and Apuk's just trying to at least hold down the space as well with that pencil here. There's already 2 members down on 3-point divers, and now LeBron and the Lakers and Cell are starting to move a little bit past that. I think they will be able to take back that lead. They will make it to checkpoint 1, and they are going to be able to take the lead, pushing past that checkpoint here. It just depends on if they can get past it, if they can just hold this lead any further here.
Yes, indeed. They continue to get past the checkpoint. The Tar is not moving at the moment, but there's still enough alive. And with that wipeout, they're going to get a lot of points here. They are continuing. Oh, they are continuing towards that second checkpoint. Able to just steamroll right through it. But oh my god, this is not good for 3-point divers.
They are still going. The pencil is down. The knot is down. Oh, the ballpoint was down, and now the S-Blast is down too. Tiki-Taka is still on that tower. They're past the first checkpoint here. They're within knockout range, and there it is. There's game number 2 for LeBron and the Lakers in Cell. They perhaps are a little bit pent up from that game 5 here. They're looking for the sweep here, and this could be possible as it is now match point.
They've continued to be incredibly dominant in this set. So it does come down to Clam Blitz on Umami Ruins. But yeah, there were still moments in that where 3-point divers got some good space on their side, were able to get a little bit going, but it never lasted. And LeBron and Lakers and Cell just continued to find the picks they needed and make that work. Like, as soon as they got that wipeout, there was practically no slowing down. Like, it just wasn't there. They weren't able to, and the game ended.
Yeah, there were just barely any hiccups here. Just a flawless push from basically start to finish. They did have a little bit of a hiccup as 3-point divers were managing to at least make it a little bit past, at least making it to the first checkpoint, but then immediately LeBron and the Lakers and Cell will just retaliate right back here, driving the tower all the way to the end here, and we're going into game 3 like you said here. If anything, weren't they just on this? Didn't we just see LeBron and the Lakers on Umami Clams?
I do believe so. It was definitely Umami. So yeah, I think that was. Oh god, we're back. We're back here. But 3-point divers, just don't. Oh god, don't know. Oh, they don't know what they're getting into. They have no idea. But LeBron and the Lakers and Cell are there. They're ready. And yeah, when I said they were warmed up, I didn't mean to like all of the matches, like. But it's definitely
maybe warm is an understatement. I think they're fired right now. I think they're fired up right now.
It definitely seems so. All right, they're just readying up, getting into this. It really comes down to it. Oh my god.
It is Clams though, and we did see 3-point divers sport an ink. Yeah, they're good eye. They do have a brush here, and I think we've seen brush come in from another team. I don't remember from who, but we just have to see whether or not 3-point divers can stay within this set for long, as it is now match point, and this is where it could potentially end.
Yes, indeed. But maybe, just maybe, we see the change that they really need. And maybe, just maybe, they do what LeBron and the Lakers and Cell did to Zipcat. There's always a chance.
There is always a chance.
Oh, they're the first to lose a player. But two down. Oh god. It's just chaos on both sides, actually.
Yeah, Tiki-Taka managing to at least secure, I think, three picks on their belts here, and now the Lakers and Cell are now pushed up a little bit further. Why did I think that this was zones for a second? Whoopsie poopsie. And now it just depends on can they at least get enough clams and be in the right position to at least get... Whoa! There's the wipeout here, and now they're just piling on all their clams into a single person. There's that first power clam being built, and there's the barrier break from LeBron. The Lakers and Cell, Pook has 4 more clams in tow here. They are going to be able to get all 4 of those in, pushing the lead to 56. That's a very strong push going into game number 1, or going into this first push. And they're still going! It's a wipeout! What? We're still going!
Oh my god, no! That's not what 3-point divers needs right now! Oh god!
Wait, there's another power clam. There's another power clam. No way! We're still going! Sorry, we're still going! Wait, are we still going?
God.
Wait, no,
Yes, we are still going! Oh my god!
Wait, I think now...
That should be the end.
That should be the end. Okay, 18! 18 off the first push. LeBron and the Lakers and Cell Holy crap! What
Can
an
I-
insane push!
Can I remind you that the insane push they got on the first game was to 17? So
Oh wow, okay.
they're just
What kind
kind
of
of
message?
replicating it, you know? They aren't taking any of this lying down. But as we're saying that, 3-point divers able to get a lot of space, get Parkland themselves, and they still have the pity. But the question is, are they going to be able to go in with this? Are they going to be able to actually get to the basket? I don't know. I don't think so. Not with the Parkland at least.
Yeah, they did not manage to get that power climb in, even with the advent of a Booyah Bomb here. And now LeBron and the Lakers are starting to move out of their courts. But Hyperstar does have the Inkjet here, at least trying to push a little bit more pressure. They are going to be able to take out Tiki Taka here. The power climb is their pity climb is still waiting in spawn here. They've built another power climb. Here, they still hold a lot of space, basically all of mid to themselves. Zeke is just lying in wait, waiting to strike here, but they have been noticed by Akira Gobert here, and they're just driving this like Akira themselves here. I don't think, that being said though, there's 3 members down on the side of 3-point divers. That 10th is being forced to jump out here. This will definitely give LeBron and the Lakers and Cell a lot more space to play in.
Yes, indeed. Oh my goodness, it just so quickly turns around. And LeBron, Lakers, and Cell are just so, like, they just find the opportunities and are able to, even when it is, like, against them, able to find their footing and make opportunities where there doesn't seem to be any. So,
Yeah.
and also,
oh yeah.
they just got 3 down, by the way. On this, like, 3-point divers got 3 down, and they were not able to push in against 1 Snipe Rider.
It shows how oppressive Apuk can be with that pencil here. But now, with that 10 shield, no! Sata Andigi managing to at least shut down a potential push from 3-point divers here. And Sata Andigi's moving in. They notice Yaga. They're with Zeke now. Yaga does have the power clam. They are going to be able to escort it back into spawn. That will keep that power clam alive, but that's still no point on the board as there's now 1 minute left on the clock. 3-point divers need to practically get this from 100 to 0.
Yes, indeed they do. But they are able to finally get there, and Sada was the only one up. Finally, their teammates are coming back. But is it going to be enough? They don't have 3-point divers don't have clams, but there is that pity still sitting there, still waiting. They need to keep this push alive, and they certainly are trying to.
I think they still can here. They're throwing more clams, or at least trying to get the picks when necessary. There's still 2 down on the side of LeBron and Lakers. Yaga's just collecting the clams from mid, and the lead's been taken!
Oh!
The lead's been taken!
Oh my god, they need 1 more clam, and they have it!
Holy crap! Oh no! Are we about to see? Are we about to see the Lakers and Cell receive divine karma on themselves as we now go to Game 4?
Yeah, I don't know, but it looks possible. Oh my god, I didn't believe, but all it needed was just the perfect setup, and they finally got it right at the end. Oh, to go from, like, not really getting much of a push to a knockout is incredible!
Yeah,
oh
they
my
managed.
god.
And they did all of that without needing to grab the pity. All they just were doing was just going around mid, and because there was no one in, because LeBron and the Lakers were just so focused on getting rid of the 2 members of 3-point divers at their basket, I'm pretty sure that just allowed Yaga to just move around mid, collecting clams, making sure that the push could stay sustainant. Meanwhile, I think it was that Akira as well as Devil Horns were just managing to stay to at least hold the basket to themselves, allowing them to get that 100 to 0 push, claiming the knockout, and that will send them to Game 4. Welcome to Barnacle and Dime Splat Zones.
Yes, we did think we were not going to get this far, but we are getting to Game 4, which is always a fun time. But alright, with specifically Barnacle and Dime though, specifically on Splat Zones, this is a lockout map. could go incredibly poorly for either of these teams if they're not able to get back into mid.
Yeah, definitely so here because if anything though, we've seen how well LeBron and the Lakers and Cell can just take space relatively quickly. We saw that in Rainmaker, we saw that in Clams. We've seen how well that 3-point divers can also play around the space so long as they can find their footing here. If they can strike perhaps faster than LeBron and the Lakers here, they can take up that plat, move into court, and play on LeBron and the Lakers side. We'll just have to see what happens.
We will indeed. But it really does depend on how this ends up going for them. Already one down on each side. We see the Tacticooler coming out here. But it does not look like the LeBron, Lakers, and Cell are going to get zoned. But that could change just right now.
Yeah, and there's the recap. That being said, though, the zone is still predominantly purple, and Hyperstar firing off with that Inkjet, at least maybe taking out 2 members of the Lakers and Cell. But the Lakers and Cell do have control over the zone here. They've noticed the brush here. That's definitely good to at least chase after it, but don't chase after it too hard, or else you'll be wiped down fast. They're still holding down this paint though, thanks to that pencil. They are managing to shut down Yagazuka as well. They're still playing very well within mid, and I think they're starting to move forward, Zari.
Yep, this is looking like it could very easily get into lockout territory, which is exactly not what you want as the team that is not on match point. So, yeah, they need to find their way back in, and with 2 players down, that doesn't seem likely just yet.
Oh no, they're moving into the 20 threshold. They're now into the 10s. Apook's still holding down the line. There's a pencil. Oh no, the S-Blast has gone down. Same thing with the ballpoint, and we're in the single digits. Zone has gone into neutral. Yaga has been splatted though. That was the last member left here. Devil Horns is there, but no. Sata Andaki is just standing still, knowing that LeBron, the LA Lakers, and Perfect Cell have taken this game and are moving on to finals. They're going up against Content, actually.
Oh my. Well, that has been... That Condom versus LeBron, Lakers, and Cell has been very much what these 2 teams are trying to get towards this whole tournament. But very well played to the 3-point divers. They were able to take a game back and were able to get a knockout as well. But just... what can I say? Barnacle and Dime is definitely a map that can go either incredibly well for you or incredibly poorly.
I think we know how it went in terms of going incredibly poorly, because as soon as the Lakers and Cell started moving in, they just did not allow 3-point divers to get an inch of space or an inch of action to themselves, to the point where the NZEP just decided to stand in and stand right there and bask in the glory of the victories here. So, you're going to hear from next Condon and the return of the Lakers and Cell in winners bracket finals. That will be happening after we'll be back after a short break, so of course don't go anywhere.
But just before we do that, hold on. Before we do that, that is the end of, I do believe, our commentator block.
Is it?
I do believe so. No?
No.
Okay.
We're still on.
Are we? Okay, normally we only get 4. This is great. I love seeing the finals. I was just going to stop you before so that we could talk ourselves off, but that is completely fine. We will go to a break. We will see you guys soon.
And hot off the presses of LeBron and the Lakers and Cell taking that winners bracket semis in their hands, we now reach the winners bracket finals of Paddling Pool 317. If you're just joining us now, I'm Frostix, joined by Zari, and we're here to see Kanden to go up against the Lakers and Cell. And wow! Or haven't we been here before? Game 1 is going to be on Rainmaker Museum D'Alfonsino.
Yes,
wow.
This has been coming up a lot, perhaps, and it continues to be where we will start off. LeBron, Lakers, and Cell have done an incredible job on this. In the last set, it was what turned the tides for them in the set before. So interesting, they both have picked this. So clearly Kanden also wants to play it. But yeah, with that in kind of LeBron, Lakers, and Cell's rear view mirror, they do have a lot going, a lot of kind of even mental momentum going into this first game of the set, I'd say.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about last set how they weren't just warmed up, they were just fired up and raring to go. They took the first 2 games, had a little bit of a hiccup. It's still one hell of a hiccup, I will say, courtesy of 3-point divers in semis game 3. But now we see the Lakers and Cell take it all the way to finals to fight the seed number 1 to seed number 1 Kanden. LeBron and the Lakers, of course, and Cell are seed number 2. I need to stop yapping, and we need to start casting. Welcome to Rainmaker Museum D'Alfonsino.
Yes, indeed. We've seen a lot of LeBron, Lakers, and Cell, but we have not seen much of anything from Kanden. So interesting to see that we're getting kind of like, they're not the same comps, but you know, they're kind of, we're seeing similar-ish to a certain degree. So already 2 on each side, 3 down on the side of LeBron.
Oh, wow. Wow, okay. Kanden managing to at least pick their fights a little bit better than the Lakers and Cell here. And already, Kanden will start occupying the upper platform with the spinner and will Sata Andagi managing to shut down the Rainmaker, and it's going right back onto spinner. This will be a little bit more precarious for Kanden here, but Punchy is still looking to at least apply a bit more pressure on the upper spinner. The Rainmaker is now going to get popped courtesy of, I think that's Bake. Yep, that's Bake. Not on pencil this time around here. And now they're still on that plat here. They're still basically covering that entire pedestal in yellow, and will they finally get that first checkpoint? Yes, they will.
Yes, they will. Already past it, ready to push up further. The bucket does end up going down. So does the splash. That is the 3rd down. That is a wipe, I do believe, or at least a delayed one, which does mean that LeBron, Lakers, and Cell finally get a push of their own. And as soon as they get that popped again, they will have lead.
And they've played in this court before. We've seen them take a very early lead, so let's see if the Lakers and Cell can take this back. Oh, whoa! But thanks to Bake! Wait, they did take back the lead. They
still got it. They just needed to tap it. They just needed to pick it up.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, a little bit further, though.
Oh, they got it to 53. They did get it to 53, but I don't think there's any more Lakers and Cell members left on the upper platform. They just need to start playing the defense here, but they gotta watch out for those strikes courtesy of the bucket from Kanden. And if anything, Zeke, and I think that is TikTok as well, just trying to take the fight to Kanden. There's a Kraken roaming around in the Lakers, in the Lakers plat here. Sata Andigi's gonna go down to Gara's bucket here. It's still very close, 53 to 58, but we're going right back to a fight in neutral by the looks of things.
It does seem so. Bake able to get that pick before it escalated into suddenly a front line in their face. Able to kind of keep the... No, it's not entirely on their side because, you know, this neutral is still very, like, blue-purple. But they were able to get the pop here. And also, a hell of a lot of picks.
No, definitely. So here, but Kanden's pushing that Rainmaker ever so further. They got it to 49, and there's more strikes coming to get that Rainmaker popped. Punchy's moving around here. They will be pushing it to 36, even though they were airborne. It was a Ashton Hall movement. Whoa, and the Rainmaker is ever so further now. Gara is still in the fight, managing to take out Zeke. There's 2 members down on the Lakers, and Bake is now in control of the Rainmaker, pushing it to 28. The stagger is real.
Yes, yes, it is. But that should finally be the end of that push for Kanden. Does that mean that LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell can get a foothold to get one of their own? Or already with that first player down, that's not looking like it's going to go in their favor. There's just trades going out. But is it going to be enough for them to get anything done?
It just depends on if they can get a lot of these players hiding up in these higher up spots. The Blaster as well as Bake on that pencil. And I think that's Mia being able to take out two, Apuk as well as Sata Andaki as well. They do have that Kraken, no, but they are going to go going down to Zeke here. Oh, wait. Is that Rainmaker close to the glass?
Oh, my God. Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, okay. Okay.
War flashbacks. But yes, we will continue to move the Rainmaker. And Apache, well, not quite sure what was going through their head there as the solo alive on their team, but fair enough. Push it up a bit further, get it so they have to take it a longer distance. But we are actually in the last minute, under a minute of this game, and Camden have a hell of a lead.
And already the Rainmaker is going down. They need to deal with Mia with that Kraken. Zeke's popping the Zipcaster though, trying to chase down the crab, but no, Mia's going down here. There's 20 seconds, 30 seconds. There's 3 players down on the side of Condon. Can the Lakers take this back in overtime? Tiki Taka does have the splashdown ready to go. They're really close to getting to 28. Apuk's moving. Apuk's moving. They make it to 30. It's 2 points left. Yamal does have the triple splashdown. Satani is ready to take the lead.
Oh my God! They
Lakers
get the lead! They continue to get further! And there's only one player up, it's Beke! Players are able to get back, they're able to get that Rainmaker. But oh my God! Sata Nagi waiting.
Oh no, Sata Andagi has done this before. They can do it again. We've seen Sata Andagi staying in the right, sharking, waiting for the opportune moment. I think Zeke's tried to at least also get to movement as well. Apuk throwing down the tactical here. We're halfway through overtime. Condon need to basically traverse the entire length of the map in order to get this lead back here. Zeke is going down. Apuk's going down. Sata Andagi is still waiting in place here. They're still a little bit past. We're a little bit below half overtime, but now they're moving in. Do they notice Sata Andagi?
Oh, they don't! Oh my God!
Oh, they do not notice that Sata Andagi is there, allowing LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell to take game number 1. That's a win for them.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You can really tell that Sata Andagi has done that a couple times.
Oh man, let's see the replay.
Oh my God,
Really
we will get
solid.
there.
Really solid gameplay from both ends here. A really strong, like, consistent push coming from Condon over the course of the game, but LeBron and the Lakers and Cell just activating their clutch gene, just managing to put Condon in the hot seat in overtime, managing to basically take that all the way to 5 within the span. And Mew was just playing aggressive as all hell with that CRB, and there it is. There's that push that sealed the deal here. Even within the last, basically 10 seconds, managing to pop that Rainmaker fast. Sata Andagi pushing that back. Yamal, Tiki Taka at least keeping that alive, and Zeke moving, at least moving it to 5. And then they push it into overtime. But that was still a horrible position for overtime to be in, and there's Sata Andagi waiting in the ink.
waiting, and it works. What a hell of a shark. He knew exactly what he wanted to do well before it came to that. All right. That does mean going into the second game of the set that Camden's a little bit unsteady, because it looked like they were going to take that first game. They had it for so long, but all it takes last minute to get a hell of a push.
I mean, we've seen that time and time again, whether that be from 3-point divers or LeBron and the Lakers and Cell just now. Let's see, game 2, we're right back to Hagglefish TC here. Wow, haven't we been here before again, Zari?
Yes, I do feel a little bit like this is intense deja vu, but I suppose these are good map modes. It makes sense why these teams have picked them, but it is quite funny. But yes, straight into it. Have we seen any changes? don't think so.
I don't
I
think
think
we
we're
have.
keeping it.
We're
Keeping it
sticking
the
to our
same.
Yeah, we're sticking to our guns here, and I think that's definitely if both teams have made it to the winners bracket finals with these comps, I see no reason to switch things up. And already Tata Andagi is cleaning up the fight here. They will be going down in a trade with Punchy. It's only Gara left on that side flank route. They have been noticed by Tiki Taka. Tiki Taka's taking them out. It's Bake left to defend. Mi is also on the scene here. The bombs are being thrown out here, making sure that Zeke just can't catch a break. And Tata Andagi has popped the Trizuka. They will be able to get a trade onto Mia, but there's 2 members down. Make that 3 members down on both teams. It's just Bake and Tiki Taka left.
Oh my god. These teams. I cannot with these teams.
It's just...
But yep. They're keeping LeBron, Lakers, and Cell are keeping up that aggression. Zeke trying to find or make some pressure there, but does end up getting taken out. The Blaster able to find 2. That's a 3rd down, and I think the only one left was okay. I think that's a delayed wipe.
A delayed wipe on the side of Kanzen, and now they're in the driver's seat. They're going to be pushing. The Tri-Strikes have already come out from Gara. Mia is right there on the steps here, but Mia's going to be going down. There's no Kraken for Kanzen. Punchy's popped the crab here, and they have taken the lead, but that crab is pressured on by that Trizuka as well as that Nautilus, courtesy of Tiki Taka. They have been noticed out by Punchy. They will be able to be taken down. That's no, I think that's no rain on the side of... Oh, did someone just take a dip? No, Tata Andagi managed to fall into the water. Very unfortunate for that shot here. That being said, though, the damage has been dealt. Kanzen pushed the lead to 65. They at least have made it to the first checkpoint. Have not cleared it, though.
No, they have not. This is, you definitely see these kind of players when you have a lot of checkpoints to get through, where they are kind of at that equal footing, where it takes so long to even get through one of them. But it does look like Kanzen is set up well enough. I spoke too soon. No, there we go. I was gonna say set up well enough to get through that checkpoint, but that is all they're going to get, as they do get wiped immediately.
That being said, though, LeBron and the Lakers and Cell have to they still have to make it to that first checkpoint to begin with here. And Kanzen, they are very smart with at least taking their fights here. They're just bold enough to at least keep LeBron and the Lakers and Cell guessing here. That being said, there's a splashdown there's a splashdown being primed from LeBron and the Lakers and Cell. Tata Andagi is moving in. They have been noticed. That being said, though, there's 2 members down on LeBron and the Lakers and Cell here. Zeke managing to take out a little bit more targets. Gara being able to take out Zeke. The splashdown's coming in. I think that's gonna be will that take out Zeke? I don't think it's taking out Zeke here. There's just so much flying left and right. There's a crab that didn't even from Punchy. I don't even think LeBron and the Lakers and Cell have made that tower move any bit past mid here, as Baki's stepping right back onto it to move it back into the middle. There's 2 down on Kanzen, though. 2 down. Make it 3.
Yep. Yes, indeed. Oh, that is not what Kanzen needed, and should give LeBron, Lakers, and Cell the space to finally get to that first checkpoint. Finally, they are able to get there. There's 2 down on Kanzen. This should mean they can get 3 down on Kanzen. They're able to get through that checkpoint, get the lead, and continue to keep that aggression, that pressure going.
Definitely so. Punchy's already gone down. There's 2 members down on the side of Kanzen. Tata Andagi has that Trizuka ready to rip here. They're taking down Gara, taking down Bake here. They're moving towards knockout territory. Mia's going down to a straight burst bomb here. There's 2 members down on the side of LeBron and the Lakers. Zeke is low. They popped the Zipcaster, though. They are trading with Punchy. LeBron and the Lakers and Cell have made it to the final checkpoint here, and Tata Andagi is keeping this tower strong. 2 down. Tiki Taka is still on the tower. They're close to the final checkpoint. Zeke getting the walkout. Game number 2 going to LeBron and the Lakers and Cell. Welcome to match point.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. LeBron, Lakers, and Cell are just keeping it going. Okay. All right. We see you.
Holy crap. These guys are fired up. LeBron, as you see in the corner there. Wow. That looked like for a little while Kanzen managed to have that game It's just like last game, Zari.
Mm-hmm.
They managed to activate the clutch gene and just take all their fights effectively, managing to be in the right places in the right time, and just getting that knockout.
Yes, indeed. They just like a switch it turned on, and I think it really started with the progress towards the wipeout that they got. Like that was the beginning of the snowball of just that momentum that they could not. Kanden just could not deal with, and then Sada Anagi getting the two. They were just stuck.
They were held out in their own spawn. So now we go to game number 3. This could be knockout. This could finally give LeBron and the Lakers and Cell the rest they've been wanting for. And it will be on Scorch Gorge Splat Zone. That's something you don't see in a little while.
Yeah, isn't that an incredibly large zone? Or am I thinking
I think
two
it's like,
separate? Is it two?
Well, I think it is.
I don't even know.
I'm not sure if it is. All we know is that there is, of course, the really large tower in... Wait, is there even a tower in mid? In Zone Scorch Gorge?
Bro, we never see this! Who picked this? I don't even know what the setup is for it! Oh my god,
so,
hold on.
Yeah,
Who did pick this?
Even has
Kanden.
shambles.
Kanden picked this.
Kanden picked this. Very interesting. That means this is now a game on Kanden's home court. LeBron and the Lakers are playing an away game. So perhaps this could be the game that Kanden has been looking for that can finally break this losing streak and allow them to stay in this set. That way they don't need to be sent down into the loser's bracket just yet here. Now we're seeing it. Who will come out on top? Will it be Kanden with their newfound S-Blast? Or will it be LeBron and the Lakers and Cell with what they were running last game?
Oh, it's because it's huge and it has the big pillar in the middle. That's why people don't play it. Look at that zone. It's massive.
Yeah, that's big. That's big.
Oh my god. Well, all right. Maybe it just becomes who can paint the ground with the blood of their enemies quicker. Which it does seem to be going in the favor of LeBron, Lakers, and Cell. So, or at least for the moment.
For the moment so far, and Tiki Taka is having a little bit of trouble trying to find their footing on this mid tower. Zeke's going to be going down, and Kanden will be getting the first pick here. Now, Gar is trying to move in, and now we're going into probably a period of pushing these ledges here. That's something that Gara and Mia can do very well, considering they're playing Bucket and Blaster specifically. Punchy has a crab tank that is now being popped here. They are being able to take out Zeke, as well as, I think that's Tiki Taka as well here. That's forcing LeBron and the Lakers themselves to be staggered even further. Something that's straight burst bomb taking out Sata Andagi.
Oh my god, this might actually be the break in momentum that they needed. Oh my god, LeBron, Lakers, and Cell are just going down one after another. Punchy not able to get the pick, but Kanden, that was 3 down. They're gonna have to give up that zone. A push to 29 is good, but are they gonna be able to get back in again? Yet again, another reason why this is not a map that you will ever like very much on this mode, and it's that good luck getting in.
Definitely so here, and already Kanden had a little bit of trouble getting out of their spawn as Zeke responded with that Zipcaster, forcing a pick onto, I think that was Mia, I think. That's the crab being popped by Punchy. Mia has the Booyah Bomb ready to go if you need to get a quick cap in. But they are also able to take out Tiki Taka. The Booyah Bomb's flying in. Same thing with the Tri-Strike. Zeke's going down here. Kanden is now starting to have to push out of their penalty points. They're still holding this lead 29-52 here. No specials online from either team. And Punchy's just lying in wait, looking to see if they can catch anyone off guard here.
Yes, indeed. Zeke does not know. Zeke is unaware, but does end up going down. One down on both sides at the moment, but it seems like I want to say it's switching in the favor of LeBron. Yeah, there we go. But maybe not. No, not at all.
Not just yet here, because Kanden are just able to occupy space so effectively, managing to take fights at such interesting angles. Like we're seeing Gara here trying to at least maybe get some intel or some straight, or probably definitely get some intel here. I think Tiki Taka has noticed Gara, but now we're entering the single digits here. LeBron and the Lakers need to act fast here. Tiki Taka is immediately going down, and there's the knockout. Kanden aren't out just yet here, and we're going into a game number 4 here. Definitely something that, well, they picked the map. They picked the map. This is their home court.
Yes, and it definitely showed. Because when was the last time you saw that being played outside of maybe a Splat Zones tournament? I have not seen that in forever in a tournament. Oh my god.
Yeah.
But yeah, Camden played that incredibly well. They even got pushed out entirely at one stage, but they were able to find their way in quicker than LeBron, Lakers, and Cell, and then just hold down mid until the game ended, pretty much.
And they switched to S, and Mia switched from CRB to S Blast here. That's probably something that could play well, at least in terms of camping the ledges here. That way, your blast doesn't go too far. You could switch to the short range mode of the S Blast, allowing you to camp those ledges very effectively. We're switching from Kanden's home court over to the Lakers' home court, and we're back onto a mode that we've seen them play very very well in. This is Umami Clam Blitz, and wow, we don't even get more time to analyze this. Just know, last time we saw the Lakers and Cell play this, the only reason that they just had a very strong push that they had at the start of the game here. It is still match point for the Lakers and Cell here. If they get this win, they have grand finals secured.
Yes, indeed. So it still is very much so incredibly important for Camden to take this, but already 2 down on the side of Camden. 3 down will mean that they are very much not in the great position at the moment. But if they're able to keep at least a little bit of paint down, if they're able to prep for this well, they might be able to weather the storm, maybe.
Maybe so here. It's just kind of an all-out duel right now. I think that was LeBron and the Lakers trying to get a push-up onto Kanden's basket, but now Sata Andi is going to have to pay the price and go down. The rain is now coming down on the side of the Lakers and Cell, but Zeke's going to be going down as well here. Kanden at least managing to secure some more picks to level out the playing field, to at least break out of their spot and get a little bit more of a footing in mid, as they now are on Soda Buff and will now start moving in. Will we see a power clamp be built? Will we see a barrier break?
No. Oh my god. Already, they just need to get more clams, pretty much. It's funny that Camden is the one with...
Whoa!
Okay.
Punchy's crab got cancelled! Punchy's crab got cancelled before it can even activate! There's that power clamp! It's going in on the side of LeBron and the Lakers and Cell. Sorry. Keep going, sorry.
Oh my god! I was gonna talk about how the choice to switch to the Nautilus, the other Nautilus, was an interesting one, but it doesn't seem to matter. They just keep throwing rain at the problem, and it seems to be working. But yeah, already pushed to 62. Like, that is a very nice push to start with, and does kind of leave them in a very good spot. But Camden needs to figure themselves out, guys, because they have not really had any kind of advantage throughout this game. They seem to be losing players first as they continue to.
There's already 2 down, but like back to back on the side of Kanden, and the Lakers and Cell are already right back into that mid rectangle, firing off on Kanden's basket. Gara is looking to Shark here. Do they notice the bucket is there? They didn't, but they respond just as quickly, taking out Gara. That's no more strikes, and the rain is once again falling on the side of the Lakers and Cell here. Bake is still firing off. There's 2 members down on the side of the Lakers and Cell. Make that 3 thanks to Punchy's crab tank, and now Kanden can start moving in. They have that pity clam ready to go. This could be the push that they were looking for.
Yes, indeed. 62 is not unreachable, and definitely within the realm of, like, you can get to that with 2 parklands. So they definitely have the opportunity here to get a lot done. Are they going to be able to do that? Yeah, that was too close. They got 1 in, they got 2 in, they got lead!
And there it is, the 2 power clamp push that you were talking about, allowing Kanden to take back that lead. It's only Gara left on the scene, but they will at least be able to take down Zeke before they go, and will allow Punchy to build another crab and another power clam. That being said, oh, at least Sata Andy's going down to I think that was the pencil. I think that was Bake on the side of Kanden, and Kanden are just right back up to that basket. Punchy building another power clam right when they needed to here. That's Soda ready for the side of Kanden as well here, and right now LeBron and the Lakers look to be dealing with the same stuff that they were dealing with earlier on in the game.
Yes, indeed, they are. We can see that they're getting their specials ready. The crab is currently the only one up. They are able to get 2 picks. That should mean 3 picks. That means Epoch is the only one still alive, looking to kind of keep back, but not able to do that on their own. There's still the pity waiting back at basket. They're able to grab it. Can they jump in though? Punchy trying to position themselves, and there comes Mia in with the power clam, and they miss.
Oh no, the barrier went back up the moment Mia tried to throw that power clam in. That would have, I think that would have basically secured the game for Kanden, but a stroke of luck perhaps is all that LeBron and the Lakers and Cell needed now. There's 30 seconds left on the shot clock for LeBron and the Lakers and Cell. Already there's 2 members down on the side of the Lakers and Cell here. Kanden managing to find their footing now and take the fight to the Lakers and Cell here. They're pushed right up to their basket. If anything, they're just trying to play that defense out. There's 10 seconds left on this clock here. There's only the pity clam that LeBron and the Lakers and Cell have. There's already another power clam built on the side of Kanden. They still hold mid very effectively. They have Booyah Bomb. They have strikes, but LeBron and the Lakers and Cell have overtime. They need to get this going. Someone picked up the power clam already. Gara and Zeke have traded out. I think they're trying to move in. There's 3 members down. There's only Punchy left. They are able to take out Tiki Taka. The barrier has been broken, but do they have enough clams to act? There's no one left.
I don't think so. There's no one left. There's no one left. They're not going to be able to make it in time. The only person in mid was Epoch, and they're all dead. Oh my God.
Holy crap. Kanden now pulling a Lakers move and pushing it to game number 5. We're now going into the tiebreaker to see who gets their spot in grand finals between Kanden and LeBron and the Lakers and Cell here, as Kanden will be able to take that game, take an away game as well, as we now go. Oh, okay. Focus on now. Focus on the then. Focus on the then with this instant replay. Whoa.
Oh my God. Yes. So throughout it, like, definitely both teams had their moments where they were able to get a lot done. LeBron, Lakers, and Cell, this was their beginning kind of push. They were able to get the whole way to 62. But that was only 2 power clams worth, which is exactly what Kanden responded with. But yeah, they did just definitely, Kanden was able to get more out of their pushes, right?
Yeah, definitely. They were able to at least they managed to get multi-power clam pushes twice, I think maybe twice in a row, and that was definitely more deadly than that opening push that LeBron and Lakers and Cell did. There's that unfortunate miss from Mia as well here, as we now go into game number 5. The tiebreaker will be on on Rainmaker Pump Back Pump Track.
Yes, indeed. This is the standard Rainmaker tiebreaker. We've seen it before. We saw it at the beginning, I do believe, in our first set of the day. So interesting to see if one of these teams kind of is able to get that early lead, and if we see like a switch up come from the other, because we do know that LeBron, Lakers, and Cell have that clutch gene. They can definitely spin a game round in their favor in the right circumstances, but I just don't know what circumstances are going to be coming up here, how this is going to play out. I'm so intrigued to see.
And we're seeing LeBron and the Lakers and Cell do a calm switch, maybe for the first time this entire tournament, as Apuk switches to head it and as Zeke switches to 52. That's really interesting.
Yeah, that is very interesting. You can still get stuff done with the Stamper, but maybe it's just not really as dependable whenever you have those like curves and ridges. But yeah, that is LeBron, Lakers, and Cell not having a fun time.
Yeah, Bake will be able to. Oh, they did not get to the first checkpoint here. And now there's 3 members down on Condon for a wipeout for LeBron and the Lakers and Cell. And right now, they've already started pushing right back into mid. The tri-strikes are coming out from Gara here. But Tiki Taka is moving in. The Splashdown's live. Tiki Taka is going down to that pencil. But Apuk does have the checkpoint in sight. And they are able to take that checkpoint and take the lead, even if it is 1 point. But if anything, we've learned that LeBron and the Lakers can deal with 1 point differentials, right?
They definitely can. They're able to do that very well on Rainmaker. I would doubt that's going to be the winning, points though. As already Sanagi behind them, Punchy trying to find their way around, but is not able to as they get pincered. Sanagi pushing up, able to kind of get a little bit further forward. Camden kind of just like struggling quite heavily at the moment.
They are right now here, but Punchy's Crab could be the answer, but no! Being shut down by Zeke's 52, and LeBron and the Lakers are able to push the Rainmaker to 32. They made it a little bit past the bottleneck. That's very ideal for anyone that's playing on Humpback Rainmaker here.
Yes, indeed. I do not think they're going to be able to get anything more out of that, but that is fine. 32 is a good area to be at only 2 minutes into this game. Booyah Bomb not able to get anything out of it, but able to stay alive. LeBron, Lakers, and Cell losing 2 players here, including their backline. And they need to be careful because Sanagi is always trying to flank. Is always on their way. Yep.
Oh, God, wait, yes, that's all Nikki is there here. Wait.
They're not looking at the Rainmaker.
Tiki didn't notice that Bake was behind them, but luckily Apuk does, at least with their splatling. And there's 3 members down on Condon once more. Punchy's the last one left, but Punchy could just be a one-man army with this crab tank. That'll definitely be a little bit more of a bottleneck for LeBron and the Lakers and Cell if they want to push ever so further. Tiki Taka is immediately going down, and Gar is looking to get that flank on. They will be able to take down Apuk as well as Zeke. There's 2 members down on the side of the Lakers and Cell here, and now Condon is pushing it back here. They have the soda buff, and they have that checkpoint in sight. They still need to get that first checkpoint. Tiki!
Oh my god. Oh my god, Punchy staying alive, but not long enough. As they do end up going down. But that is 3 down on the side. I think it actually is a delayed wipe because Sanagi's just coming down. Just coming back from spawn. They are there ready, trying to get the Rainmaker. Not able to. Gara's just staying alive on the podium, trying to get them closer to that checkpoint. Are they finally able to do it? And they are.
And if anything, though, we're returning to the bottleneck. This will be one hell of a challenge for Condon to break through, but already Zeke's going down. Mia's charging the Booyah Bomb. I think Punchy's Crab got cancelled out. I don't know by what, but the tri-strikes are coming in. The path is yellow and it's ready to go, but the Taizuka! Satandagi! 1 point differential! Once more!
Oh my god, Bagara is not going to be able to pop that alone. Are they able to? They cannot get the pick while they're up there. Gara's surrounded and does end up getting taken down. 1 minute left and 1 point separating them.
Oh my god. We're seeing the return of that one game you were talking about, Zari, here. And already, Punchy's going down. There's no crab on the side of Condon. There's 45 seconds left on the clock. We've returned to the bottleneck. Already, Tiki Taka has the splashdown ready to go here. If they can just go in, they have a lot of damage ready to go. Bake's jumping in. They have lost the Rainmaker. They have pushed it to 22. There's now 10 points separating them, though, here. And now there's, I think, an even amount of players on each side. Bake's just waiting to strike here behind that final pedestal. They're trying to get a little bit more of a pop, a little bit more pressure here. Punchy having the crab. They do shoot down Apuk here. And Mia also has the Booyah Bomb. That's being charged up. There's going to be around 10 seconds left for Condon to take this back here. They have overtime in their hands, but Zeke is... Oh, Zeke has been spotted, though. Zeke has been spotted. Okay, that's 1 member down. They have to work with the rest of them. The tri-strikes have already started to fly out here, and they've entered the bottleneck. There's no specials online on the side of LeBron and the Lakers and Cell. They do have to deal with that splash wall. Zeke's lying in wait in that corner, being forced to back up here. Apuk, Sata Andagi, as well as Tiki Taka. Here comes the splash down, at least covering some more space. And Sata Andagi's the Trizuko, the Zuko, the chip damage on Bake. But no, there's 2 members down on both teams.
Oh my god!
They're still going. Punchy's firing off. The Rainmaker has a little bit more time. 19, 18 seconds left. The whale is coming out on the side of Zeke. Mia's moving in. Mia's moving out of position. Baki just needs to move a little bit further in. Zeke's trying to move in as well. They're moving in. Zeke's going down. But Baki's running out of time. Baki has 5 seconds left. You need to make it there, Baki. No! They lose the Rainmaker.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
What was that? Oh.
And going down into overtime, LeBron and the Lakers and Cell. Oh, I can say it now. Splatter shot, high top, sandwich shop. Lakers in 5. They will be going into grand finals, and they can take a very long break.
Yes.
Oh
They
man,
can
that
breathe.
one guy, that one guy that like bet all of his channel points onto the Lakers. I bet you are smiling.
I think they're already asking where their points are.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
But that was an incredible set, showing why these two teams are top of a top seed and why they are meant to be in these finals. So it really does depend on if Camden is able to fight their way back out of losers for a rematch. That, I do believe, is what it's going to come down to, unless the likes of, I don't know, maybe Zipcat or someone else who did take some games off of LeBron, Lakers, and Cell, is able to kind of find their way back up there. It will depend, indeed. I think Zipcat's already done. R.I.P. Zipcat.
Oh yeah, no,
R.I.P.
Zipcat's
Zipcat.
done. R.I.P. Zipcat.
The only one I could think of off the top of my head. But yeah, oh my god, what a set to come down to. The last game.
Oh man, we went all the way to game 5. We went into overtime. It felt deadly close here, but with Baki not moving and even past the bottleneck here, and with the Lakers and Cell managing to hold them at that bottleneck, they will be able to have their spot secured in grand finals. And I think now is that moment you were talking about earlier, Zari, where we get to take our break as well.
Indeed, now is the moment where we are going to be handing over to our other commentating block. So do not be going anywhere. But just before we do that, Frostix, where can the good people find you?
Well, the good people of Twitch chat can find me on Twitter at TK_Frostix. You can find me on Blue Sky, as you see below, at FrostixBlueSky.social. And I guess if you want to support some of the work that I'm doing, you can read my web novel, Gap Year on Wattpad. I swear it's worth your time, just like LeBron and the Lakers and Cell and content. But that's aside from the point. I'm sidetracked. Zari, what about you?
You can find me on Blue Sky at Zarani, Twitter at SPL Zarani, and Twitch at Zarani. We play a lot of games, not just Splatoon, but it's always a lot of fun. So thank you everyone for having us, but do not be going anywhere because Camden has a climb left for them to do, and definitely some other teams that want to beat them and climb instead. So there's a hell of a lot of games coming up. Don't be going anywhere. And yeah, oh my god, I'm still not over that last game.
Yeah, my adrenaline is pumped, but you are going to be hearing from Sasu and Pat after the break to see what's going on in losers brackets. Of course, don't go anywhere. There's still a lot of paddling in this pool after a bit, but that's gonna be from us. See you next time.
Bye.
And welcome back to Paddling Pool 317. I am Pat here with Sasu, ready to watch losers semifinals. Sorry about that, we had a very long break, but we are back with more games, and from now on, it's non-stop action. Sasu, it's playing time, it's gaming time.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this, Pat. I hope that anybody who was watching before the break has had time to unwind, get a deep breath, because that was definitely high stakes. But now that we're moving into the losers bracket, things are going to get a little bit more dire for these teams. We have Tamaris and 3 Point Divers, both in the loser semis, that are looking to keep their run alive in this Paddling Pool 317.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw 3 Point Divers earlier in the tournament during the stream. They got knocked down by LeBron and the Lakers, who are now waiting in grand finals. On the other side, Tamaris, who are an incredible team, and I'm so glad to see them as team number 3, they lost their first round in the whole game. Their first set, they got thrown into losers bracket. They have been destroying absolutely everybody on losers bracket ever since. But let's get in the game. It's a best of 3 and every game counts.
Well, interestingly enough, Wahoo, not a very common place you'll see. We are on Wahoo's zones here, taking a look at these loadouts. Noticeably, we have something a little bit interesting coming out of 3 Point Divers, a tent and a BP, not weapons that you'll be seeing often. And speaking of not seeing often, you'll not be seeing members of Tamaris because they have been wiped very early in this game.
Yeah, very nice opening by the 3 Point Divers now. What is going to be the answer by Tamaris? Tamaris are kind of stuck away and forced to move back, still waiting for their way in, as 3 Point Divers are still holding that zone pretty strong past the 60, but here comes the strikes and the tactical by Tamaris, who are getting onto the zone and getting a wipeout. Very, very nice answer by Tamaris, who now have the whole map for themselves.
Yeah, especially you have Massacre here on that roller, and I'm sure that's going to be very difficult. There's so many places to drop, and having that watchful roller, making sure that anybody dropping is going to have a hard time, it's going to be definitely very difficult. But already you have 3 Point Divers already back up, making their way into this zone, putting on the pressure. Devil Horns going down, but not without being able to put the cap on that zone. That is going to be extremely critical to put those penalty points on Tamaris. And right now, it just looks like a bloodbath in mid, Pat.
Yeah, our two teams are pretty even with each other. Massacre coming in with the roller, getting only one, but allowing the rest of Tamaris to take control of the zone and to punish Akira for running a bit too fast with that brush. Now it looks like Tamaris are done with their penalty and getting that lead.
Listen, this is just so scrappy. Just people dying back and forth. You see this brush making sure on their run they're able to get that pick, running back into mid to make sure that they cap right back over that. Two members down on both teams. It's just a scrap. I'm wondering, and also this is just a huge map, so at any given time, if you don't directly see someone, you almost have no clue about where they might be anywhere on this map. So you see this tent coming in from the side of 3 Point Divers, and with 3 of their members down, it's looking like Tamaris is going to be able to keep this zone.
Yeah, Yaga is forced to move away. Is kind of stuck to the side, able to jump out. Very well done, but Tamaris they don't have that much penalty left, and now 3 Point Divers are going to have to run at the zone and paint it as fast as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I mentioned before, this place is huge. So not only are they going to have to take all of these fights and make sure that they win them, it's going to take forever and many ticks to just even get into that mid. So you see 3 members going down from Tamaris. This is looking like with this 2v1, it may be the time for 3 Point Divers to dive in there, but it's looking like not yet. Or commentators curse, they are able to cap over that. And with this hammer coming out, they are saying, stay away, we're trying to keep this zone.
But a few splats later, Tamaris is already back on top, pushing 3 points away. 3-point divers had a crazy opening, but they've been struggling since that to get anything going. And Adel getting to with that zap right here and going back to punish the brush. That's, I mean, right there. That's really, really good for Tamaris, who are all again done with their penalty and scoring more points.
Yeah, I think you mentioned off the top that Tamaris lost their first game, and since then they have been extremely dominant. I think this is proof of that. They were a little bit slow at the beginning, but right now you have Hyberg here on that BP in the jet, making quick work of the members of Tamaris. They are fighting back completely, but Yaga going down. Right now we are 1 down on each team, but right now 3-point divers definitely working very hard to make sure that they can control this zone, get down all of the threats. You see they have 2 of their specials, Tamaris, so right now the name of the game is making sure that they keep those specials down, that they do not let Tamaris cap, and unfortunately we do see I think that special being wasted there. Is that right?
The strikes didn't cap. The strikes were not enough. I think we have an issue with the game. Tamaris is not going to get that. But that, I think there's...
There because obviously those strikes were not able to get out and cap that zone. You know, case of infrastructure. There.
Yeah, Wi-Fi has not been kind on Tamaris. That was pretty rough, and we had 2 teams that were pretty even until that end. But yeah, as we said, like, these strikes were weird. They didn't do anything on the zone despite all landing on the zone at the same time. And then the Booyah Bomb got to heaven. That's too bad, because Tamaris had so much control, and this last push could have allowed them to really get back the control and win this game. But in the end, game did not agree.
Yeah, massacre. There you see with a bit of a desync issue. So, luckily, there is still more game to be played. Tamaris, I think, maybe despite losing that very funky Wahoo Zones game, funky for more reasons than one, they are going to have another chance at a more conventional map mode in Museum Clams.
Wait, Tamaris won?
No, they did not. I think that's just a display error there. 3-point divers did win, unless there is some sort of forfeit that I'm not aware of. I believe.
Lately, because it looks like it's reported. I'm getting, like, it got reported as Tamaris winning, but I think that's a mistake.
Maybe we will circle back to it, but right now they have to keep their eye on the prize. Interestingly enough, we're seeing no changes with that funky comp from 3-point divers, but we are seeing a change to a rapid on the side of Tamaris.
Yeah, Tamaris bring that rapid right here to get a bit of control. We'll see how it works for them. And already they're pushing in incredibly hard. This is the kind of opening that I'm used to see from them.
Yeah, they are taking no prisoners already on the plat. That is absolutely not what you want to see. Not just the plat taking, but already those whales pop. There's just nowhere to hide. And with Cute, they have a wicked clam economy. 2 power clams already jumped up there right under the nose. You see Massacre there trying to kind of keep this space for their teammate jumping in. Interestingly enough, it seems despite that extremely aggressive push, they don't have the space to put that second power clam in. So they're going to sit here pretty at 80 until that basket goes back down.
Yep, and now they're waiting for the basket. They still have. Oh well, the basket is open. Here it goes. So many things thrown left and right, but that's 2 super clams in the basket this time, and a few extra small clams for good measure. 44 points to go for Tamaris, who are now like very, very deep into this game.
Yeah, I have to imagine maybe that was done for a little bit of style points at that point, because it seemed as though they had the positioning to just get that second power clam in, but they patiently waited for it. 3 members going down on 3-point divers. This is just appropriately named Massacre, because there's just a lot of pressure that 3-point divers doesn't seem well equipped to deal with on their plat at the moment. And with the barrier being broken back up, we're gonna see how much they can widen this win they have going, because 3 members were down on the side of 3-point divers.
Yeah, Tamaris keeping the basket open, keeping the lead active. They have enough clams to get the KO right now. They're still under that basket. 2-1, and that's game for Tamaris, getting back. I mean, just absolutely dominating that game, leaving no chance for the 3-point divers.
Yeah, I don't even know if 3-point divers were able to make a clam at all. They were not really almost allowed off of their plat the whole game. That was an extremely dominant display from Tamaris. I think maybe some of the layover frustration from that last game was left in their veins, because they came into this with a vengeance.
Yeah, the players told me that they misreported. Everything's fine. We are at 1-1 going into a game 3. But, I mean, Sasu, that game 2 was not the same as the game 1. Game 1 was very close with 2 teams so close to each other. Game 2 was all Tamaris and 3-point divers only diving to their deaths.
Yeah, after a game like that, I think what 3-point divers is against is not just Tamaris' skill, but probably their own mental at this point. It does not feel great to be stuck on your own plat for a whole game. So when we're moving into Rainmaker Humpback, they're really going to have to organize and figure out specifically how they're going to get past these elbow points, these chokes, given the amount of aggression Tamaris has been showing in these games.
Yeah, especially since Humpback is a map that is very good for slushers, very good for rollers, and we know that Tamaris has that in their bag, Sasu.
Given that comp we're seeing from 3-point divers, do you think, knowing they're up against a lot of this AoE, there's going to be any changes, or is the BP going to come back?
I hope the BP comes back. I think Ballpoint is very good. And I think especially in the street, the Ballpoint can take a lot of control and deny your opponent from pushing in too fast. And I think Ballpoint is still a good weapon. Mostly I'm saying that out of love, but I still think it can work. And it looks like the Ballpoint is going back, so I'm happy.
Yeah, we see no changes from that last game. Interestingly enough, that Rapid's still online. No changes there either, but already early pick there on 3-point divers and back and forth. So I'm imagining that is that a flank from Akira there?
Yeah,
no
Akira
doubt.
hard flank everybody. Akira's behind right there, but gets wiped and was not able to trade even with the Rainmaker Vats. An easy first checkpoint for Tamaris. We're now gonna get the repop and are now pushing in through that street.
Yeah, like clockwork, that whale coming out, and even though that Rainmaker goes down, it's not without taking down 3 members of 3-point divers. That is another whale out, and almost down to 1 Tamaris, able to get down 3 people, and that is going to be an easy wipeout. I want to say that may have taken less than 20 seconds, Pat.
I mean, these 2 games went faster than most games go. Like these last 2 games together, added together, were faster than a game that you normally have. But a typical KO game, like that was so fast from Tamaris, who just woke up after getting like after struggling in game one, they woke up and just decided to press W.
Yeah, listen, this game was absolutely brutal. You saw those whales coming out twice in one go, and you see, I was wrong. We were down to 407, so that took just about a minute to get through there, but 3-point divers not even able to get their clutches on that Rainmaker, not once, and twice we saw them kind of go 3 down, and it just seemed like they were bunching up and they weren't ready for the sheer volume of oppressive aggression coming out of Tamaris. So, wow, what a set, particularly those 2 last games.
Yeah, incredible set, incredible demonstration by Tamaris. Now we're gonna take a short break, and we'll be back with losers finals. So don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to Paddling Pool 317. I'm here with Pat.
Hey, hey,
Yeah.
Sassy. Oh.
Ate that.
Hey.
And we're heading into losers finals. Candon versus Tamaris, two extremely strong teams that are very shocking to see here on the loser side of things. But both of them are looking to redeem themselves. I think Tamaris, who has made an absolutely insane losers run, being
Yeah.
pushed down very early on, and Candon, who just lost out and was sent to losers very recently. But wow, we're jumping right into it. Rainmaker,
Yeah.
Gorge.
Yeah, Kanban very much an established, well-made team that has proven itself. And Tamaris, the new kids on the block. The new kids on the block. I think last week I complained that they were only seed 6. This week they're seed 3, but they decided to go in losers bracket because they didn't feel comfortable on winner's side. And now here we are on the losers finals, where Tamaris is trying to beat Kanban to get further. It looks like Kanban doesn't agree. They got chewed out onto Tamaris, and they are grabbing that Rainmaker, Sasu.
Yes, and they are making their way up already in this sort of elbow section with the whales being popped and coming out of this rain, coming after this Rainmaker holder, but definitely Bake proving themselves to be a Rainmaker main, evading those whales, and with the strikes coming out, they look poised to take that checkpoint, and they do it. So right now, Tamaris is really scrambling to clean up all the stragglers and make sure that they can shut down this push.
Well, they shut it down. All right, 3 down onto Kanban. Tamaris are pushing forward. It's their turn to get to that checkpoint. Can they open it? And we 2 down again onto Kanban. It looks like Tamaris are going to push through and even probably get that reap up.
Yeah, listen, these teams are no joke. Our first and I believe third seed, respectively, 2 members down on both sides, but I think maybe not a delayed wipe for Candon because Bake is still up, but right now they are poised in a really good position to just get these points. You see them running and get it down all the way to 9. 2 members down on Candon, and those strikes coming out, are they going to get it? They are not, denied all the way down to 3, but right now it is a scramble for both of these teams.
Yeah, and Slord is back on the attack. Nobody popped the Rainmaker. Oh, Slord, how are you so fast? How are you out there already? Incredible moves by Tamaris, who are still maintaining their presence, maintaining the aggro and pushing in. What is that game?
Listen, wow. Tamaris, they are attacking this with an absolute vengeance. Massacre is right, because they had so much aggression, and after that first check they said, listen, enough. And they stopped that push right in its track and just kept on coming. It's like it felt like they were permanently cooler, like Candon just couldn't get rid of them at the end there.
Tara is keeping like the press W strategy on. They're moving forward and making points and getting splats and not stopping. And Slord going up there with that gal, simply maintaining so much presence for Tamaris, and we're allowing the rest of the team to come back in and really grab the Rainmaker for the KO. I mean, Kanban are an incredible team. They're RC number 1 for a reason. They're very good at this video game, but it didn't matter there. Tamaris simply was moving forward, and Kanban was not ready to stop them.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you. Slord kind of the MVP of that match a little bit there. You see holding that top right, which was crazy. And anyone who's been listening to the paddling pools, I've been here. I've definitely been seeing like members of Candon playing. So they are no pushovers. So that was truly an insane game to watch, but there's more ahead, and everyone's heard my opinions on Zone's Barnacle, but I'm thinking we might be able to see an insane push like that again if either of these teams are able to wipe and get a lockout. What are we thinking, Pat?
I mean, this is Barnacle and Dime. where the team that's able to take control of the map can keep it for a very long time. It takes a lot to push on here. It takes a lot to get back onto the map if you're pushed away. So the team that's able to get the momentum early, to get in, will get a lot, and that's already 2 down onto Camden. Tamaris don't want to stop, but Camden, yeah, they're forced away. They're already forced away, and they're forced to prepare a push together now.
Now, this is a very scary situation for Candon. As much as they are skilled players, this map mode does not do well to allowing you to lose ground or to jump out. So now you see just many members jumping back in to get this position back. Mia with this Booyah Bomb to try and flip, and they do it successfully, which they super needed. Bake back in position, and 2 members going down onto Maris. But I think those people who went down were not coolered of no. So right now, Candon is going to get into position and see what they can do in terms of locking out Tamaris in turn.
Yeah, Candon able finally to get the push to establish themselves and not let Tamaris get away with murder. And they're gonna get the lead now. It's on Tamaris to push in. It looks like Tamaris are struggling, but much more was not taken over the zone there, only neutralized. But now with 2 down, oh, well, Bake is still defending, and Bake is still incredible on that zone. Everybody's coming back on there. Oh, whoa. Well, that's the end of that.
Push over.
Yep.
Tamaris back in, able to really stop that push in their tracks. Very exciting to see sort of a back and forth from both of these teams. And one thing of note, like I always say, when it comes to Barnacle and zones, the tough thing about here is not only can you not wipe, but to get back into mid, you have to take multiple fights. You have to get into this court area. You're going to have to get your plat and then back into mid. Already, Tamaris has made their way through their points, but not without pressure being put on that zone and taking it back. So right now we have a bit of a skirmish. Mia moving in and trying to get a sort of pick. And yeah, it's just back and forth.
It is still back and forth. The zone is still even between these 2 teams, but can then have an extra player on the ground right now. As I say that, everybody's jumping back in, and we're still fighting for that zone. It's non-stop. The crab is not going to work for Punchy. As Camden were still able to capture the zone, they also get wiped, and Tamaris is back in control.
Oh no. You know, now that Tamaris has this control after a wipe, you know, that for very obvious reasons, that's going to be very tough on Candon, but they have these strikes coming out as well as a Booyah, and that's going to be an immediate switch of control into their hands. So they were very smart with that special economy that they had. 2 members down on either side is going to mean that there's going to be more pressure here, especially Bake, the only person back up, probably waiting for their team to come back, especially now that they've popped that cooler. So Tamaris able to take that back, but they have quite a few penalty points, and they're going to have to put a bigger hurting on Candon if they're hoping to take this lead.
Yeah, I mean, Tamaris holding strong right there, dancing on the zone, making sure that they stay around. But now that they're done with their penalty, everybody from Candon is on the attack, but they lose a lot of players. That's the power of a good rapid blaster for you. And Tamaris are still making more and more points, and are now in the lead.
Now here comes those several fights that we're talking about. We're down to 12, and those members are going to have to run to the zone because this place is so big that it could be extremely difficult, but they are able to do it. Put the cap on that zone even with 2 of their members going down, meaning that despite the fact that they've lost that space, super important, they've stopped Tamaris from just taking that game. So now they have a 30-point penalty they have to eat through before they're going to taste victory.
Yeah, Tamaris still in control, still with a lot of points, but Candon are ready to go in. Oh wait, Candon lost all of their players! It's only the S-Blast, and that S-Blast is in danger! Wow, that's game number 2 for Tamaris. So, by the way, already won game number 1. We're sorry about the display. That's 2-0 for Tamaris.
Yeah, listen, the Tamaris train just keeps on trucking, I suppose, because, this game, not necessarily as dominant as their last 3, but they have a fantastic momentum going here. You see kind of on this replay, these jump-ins and these fights, we've seen a lot of skirmishing in that mid there, but it seems as though Candon just lost too many points, had too many members that had to retreat, and that really was the death nail in their coffin for this game.
Yeah, simply like Tamar is able to win an extra fight onto the zone to allow themselves to really move forward. Candon were struggling to keep their presence there, and that's the power of the Rapid Pro Deco. That weapon is so fast and can really punish you for being in a position that you think is safe, but actually isn't.
Absolutely. It's like the master poker. Like, I feel like anytime you're up against a Rapid Pro Deco like that, you're just getting chipped or you die and you don't expect it. I'm sure that gave Bake maybe some difficulty going up against another backline that wasn't a pencil that had so much control. But now I believe Tamaris is at a 2-0 here. And they're at match point. So heading into a tower Mako Mart scenario, I have to wonder if they're going to keep that Rapid, because we all know that AoE is very strong here. And with how that Rapid is kind of giving Candon some problems, maybe this is the key to the win for Tamaris.
I mean, Candon, they also have an S-Blast, they also have their bucket, so they have the tools, and we know how good Candon can be. We know how well Candon can do once they find their groove, but right now Tamaris are consistently finding the surprise onto them, forcing them out, forcing them in a position that Candon doesn't want to be. Now, can they do it a third time is the whole question. Candon back to the wall. If they lose this game, they're out of the tournament, Sasu.
Yeah, as our first seeds on a 0-3, I'm sure they do not want to see that. I'm curious to see if we're going to see Bake switching over to a leader here. I feel like I have seen a C leader out of Bake a few times on Mako.
Bake is a leader main, like
yes.
But I think we're gonna keep seeing the pencil still. I agree that Candon needs to needs to change something, but right now Tamaris is going faster than them, and Elite makes you go slower, I'd say. So I think they should stick to a pencil.
Very, very true, and they're going to need those coolers, those quicker coolers you get from Pen rather than Zap to be able to stay up and fight Tamaris. So I think you might be right here that it's not safe to go something that is effectively slower up against such an oppressive pressure that comes out of Tamaris. But I think that one thing about Tower Mako Mart is, unlike maybe a Ship Shape or some other places, I think it can be a little bit less snowbally, especially when you get to that second checkpoint. You just see a lot of pressure, and you called it. We do have that Pen coming back out, and a switch to Gal. Am I wrong about that? I believe that's a switch to Gal on the side of Tamaris. No, it was there. You're right. We had those double whales. So we'll see how this works out for both of them.
Yeah, well, right now Slord is already down, and what you need to remember about this map is that it's so small, it's so fast to get back into the game. As you said, that's what allowed this map to be less snowbally as a town map than most other maps, because even if you're down, you can get back into the game very, very fast. Right now, both teams still fighting to take control, to get in. There's a lot of players in that corner, but it's not going to work for Tamaris. Oh, wait, everybody's dying now.
Yeah, it's just 2 down on both sides. I think 3 members down on Tamaris,
Yep.
though, and that is a delayed wipe. So now it's
Yep.
going to be Camden's turn to finally get some points on the board. Punchy, of course, has their crab that they are popping to be able to get that out. And right now, I think it's Camden who has the really oppressive power right now on Tamaris. 2 of their members going down. And that stops the tower. So I think Tamaris has effectively put the kibosh really on this push here.
Yeah, and with 2 down, it looks like Camden are maintaining the pressure, maintaining the attack. Tamaris simply trying to defend, throwing the bombs, and it's working for them. 3 down onto Camden. It's only the Slusher that's behind, but that's going to be
Not anymore.
denied, and Tamaris are back on the tower. They lost a checkpoint, but that's all they lost, Sasu.
Yeah, honestly, that could have gotten real nasty real fast if Camden was able to just keep that pressure. And you see, Camden just has so much displacement on their team. And 2 members down on the side of Camden make that 3. They are on a rampage. And finally, Tamaris has gotten on the tower to capitalize off of those picks. So now you have watchfully this bucket on that bottom left, making sure that nobody can drop there. And they are making their way through their points. If they play their cards right, I think this may be lead.
And that's Bucket right there, is still dancing, getting splat, and absolutely destroying everybody. That's, I mean, the checkpoint was broken by Tamaris, but now all of Camden are back on the attack, but losing players again, -3 players on the side of Camden, and Tamaris are going to take the lead.
Yeah, they lost that lead, but right now, despite that, they're heading towards checkpoint 2, and checkpoint 2 can be one of the hardest to break, especially when you're up against a team that has this double AoE. But Tamaris still on their rampage, still on their massacre. 3 members down. Bake, the only person up, kind of chipping away at that tower, has that cooler out. But once again, this second checkpoint can be absolutely brutal. So they're still working on it, still working on breaking through. Bake getting punished. 3 members down, and they don't break through that checkpoint, but they are surely on their way.
Yeah, I mean, that checkpoint is not over, but there's still Adil on there trying to get in. The super jump is going to be punished. Very nice blaster shots, and that's the checkpoint. Holding for Camden. The Tamaris have made so many points, and they're attacking again.
Yep, their members able to just jump back in there, especially after punishing Bake, which is going to deny Camden the cooler that they need. Punchy popping that crab, but not really getting any use out of it. 1 member going down from Tamaris, but they have a lot of specials. 3 of their members are going down, so finally, I think the push is over, but we are down to 1 minute. So Camden has a lot of work that they're going to have to get done in this last minute.
Hey, all 2 teams are still in the same checkpoint. Technically, all Camden needs to do is push, get to that second checkpoint, and they could get the lead. We are getting to dance, getting splatted. That's 2 down onto Camden. Make that a 3rd, and Tamaris are getting back control over mid in the last 30 seconds of the game.
Yeah, 3 of their members down on Tamaris, so finally Camden going to have the opportunity to really push up, but their last member up has these strikes, and those are GG strikes.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to work really hard to make sure that they get that person down so that they can keep the push going, and they do it, but it's just a bit of back and forth here. Nobody's currently on the tower, so unless somebody goes real quick, that is going to be, I think, the last game for Tamaris in an 0-3 upset over our first seed.
Tamaris going so fast and being so good right there. They're very much getting better and better each week, and they were very better in the first place. So, I mean, right now, Camden, I guess, surprised by how much Tamaris has improved, and Tamaris are going to go into grand finals.
Listen, we know that neither of these teams are teams to be trifled with. they're both very strong teams, but for those just tuning in, not sure, we cannot stress enough how strong of a team Camden is. A 0-3 from any team is very surprising to happen in this paddling pool, especially because I think after a really long winter run, being pushed out in winners finals, they've now lost in losers finals to a team I think that lost their first go. And Tamaris, as you can see, they are no joke. So we're gonna see if their momentum just keeps going. I don't know, Pat.
Yep. Well, we'll see that in the grand finals right after this very short break, right in a second. And welcome back to the grand finals of Paddling Pool 317. I am Pat, still with Sasu, and ready to watch our top 2 teams of the night. It's going to be LeBron and the Lakers plus Cell versus Tamaris.
Now, this is particularly exciting. LeBron and the Lakers plus Cell were able to kind of pull off a buzzer beater in their winners finals. And Tamaris has just been bulldozing since they've been on stream. So we'll see if they're able to keep that up, or if LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell have gotten a little bit of cold from being on the bench for this long. Looking at these loadouts, excited to see this rapid back from the side of Tamaris, and of course the signature Nautilus from LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell.
Yeah, that Nautilus is going to be pretty important in stopping Tamaris from running forward at them. Now, it doesn't look like it's working that well. One down on each side, and both teams are still looking at each other, trying to find the way in, but it's going to be Tamaris, as they're used to, grabbing the Rainmaker and moving forward.
Yeah, shocking absolutely no one. We have an early push here from Tamaris, who just has so much aggression off the top, and I think still going despite 2 of their members being down. Kind of a Rainmaker main here, being able to not go down, but unfortunately they don't really get that many points on the board, so they're just going to have to wait for their members to get back, and we'll see, despite 2 of their members going down, whether they're able to defend against this push coming in from LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell.
And right now, LeBron are trying to push, but they lost their frontliners. It's going to be very tough, as they're losing one more player. Epoch trying to keep himself alive, but it's not going to work. 2 down onto LeBron, and Tamaris are going to now try to repop that Rainmaker, provided they dodge the zip. Yes, they did dodge the zip, and now it's on Tamaris to push.
Yeah, LeBron and the Lakers technically getting a lead, but not really getting that much. Really, as you can see, they've already lost the lead, and a very rare right push to the right check there from Tamaris, very wisely. Able to get that check out of the way, which is super big on a place like Undertow, where you can just, after that check, rack up so many points very easily just from walking. They're already down to 39, getting screened there. And just with 2 members going down on LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, we're going to see if Tamaris is able to jump in and maybe pick up that Rainmaker, but it's not looking hopeful, especially with a member of LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell lying in wait, I think, on their Nautilus, waiting to just jump out at somebody.
Yeah, very nice move by Tamaris, who got a good lead and are getting a good flank as well with that slosher. It's so rough on the Lakers. They're behind them. They're simply behind them, but the Zuka is going to open a path for LeBron. Now LeBron can simply run forward, knowing there's someone behind them. Doesn't matter if you get the checkpoint.
Yeah, that is a free check, which they especially needed because they are on the left check. And it's way easier to rack up those points when you're on the left check than the right. You see, as you said, that's going to be an easy lead for them. So 3 members, especially going down with Tamaris, they're going to have the opportunity to eke out even more points down to 16, Pat.
Yeah, and they're not stopping. They're still repopping and getting more points. 14 points left is all they need. And LeBron and the Lakers still are in position to push with a few more players down onto Tamaris. I mean, LeBron are not stopping. Right now they're forced to move back. It looks like it's going to be the end of that push. But what a push by LeBron.
Yeah, honestly, maybe giving Tamaris a little bit of their own medicine. They just kept jumping in and putting on this pressure. They refused to just let the push die for quite a while. And now they are in the position where they're having to defend, and they're doing a pretty good job at it with this edit here. Epoch kind of keeping them at bay. And I think that is, I think, a delayed wipe on Tamaris. So now LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell with just under a minute left to go. they have the Rainmaker in their position. They can push it, they can stall it, but Tamaris needs that Rainmaker and they need it now.
Yeah, they're back on the attack. The splashdown is not going to find much, though. It's 2 down onto LeBron. Epoch is delaying the big bird. That's going to be the end of it. 30 seconds left for Tamaris to get back into this game. Now, all LeBron needs to do is defend.
Yeah, I think that other than this win, there's a little bit even more riding on this for Tamaris. They've had a fantastic sort of run here with being undefeated for quite a few games in a row. They have this really strong momentum, so they're going to want to hold on to it, but they are up against a Zuka on the side of LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, so they're going to have to play very carefully, and I guess not carefully enough because they do go down and lose that game to LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell.
Yep, that's game number 1 for LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, who are on the winner's side too, so they only need to win 3 games in order to be your Battling Pool champions. Tamaris showed us an incredible opening of the game. They did so well at the start, but the second LeBron started to have their momentum, the second LeBron starting to move in, it was Tamaris struggling, and we're not used to seeing Tamaris struggling, but can happen to them too.
Yeah, I think that so far they haven't been super used to the teams they've been up against responding well to their aggression. A lot of them have just been kind of smothered under the pressure of their fighting power and their speed. And I think LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, maybe the first time in a few games they've had a team really match their aggression and say, no, we're going to keep jumping in and we're not afraid of you. And I think that was a struggle for them. So we'll see in a more, not necessarily more, but definitely a classic map mode zones Hagglefish, if they're going to kind of be able to pick that momentum back up and put it more in their favor, if we're going to see some adjustments now that they know who they're dealing with.
Yeah. You said the word momentum, and that's what these two teams play off of. They go fast. They use the fact that they respawn fast, that they keep pushing on and on and on. And it's Blood Zones. That's going to be especially important. The team that's able to do that over and over will keep control of the zone, will take control of this game. But let's get right in the game, as it looks like there won't be... I don't think we'll have much of a change in terms of comps. It's very much players bringing back the weapons they really like.
Yeah, and we saw Tamaris and their maneuvering on that Barnacle Zones game. So we know that they're able to get these wipes and move up and really capitalize off of them. So we'll see if that's the case. Usually in Hagglefish, you see a bit of skirmishing in mid before one team's able to get a significant amount of picks. Not necessarily going to happen here, but so far, LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell off to an early lead, down to 75 or so, able to really take this position. But 2 of their members go down, but so far, they haven't necessarily lost control. And you see Sneak on an absolute massacre, getting several members down, and they're able to keep the zone. So right now, they're well poised to make a really deep run, and Tamaris is going to have to figure out how to get into that mid and pressure that zone.
Yeah, Tamaris now activating the strikes, trying to get in, but not taking control. Very nice defense by LeBron, Lakers, and Cell, who are still holding strong and forcing Tamaris to get in a bit desperate. But now 2 versus 2, and Tamaris need to paint, and they need to paint now.
Yeah, but I don't know if they have the resources necessarily to paint. Of course, you have their Rapid up, and Rapid not well poised to paint. So even though they have 2 down, we'll see if they're able to paint over it. And it doesn't seem like it. That's going to be another win for LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell. Listen, I think Tamaris is maybe going to have to investigate the paint output that they're putting out, because I think that between their paint and, quite frankly, I think the edit on LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell made it so that it was tough on them.
I mean, Tamaris, they're getting a taste of their own medicine right now because LeBron, Lakers, and so are moving in, winning the fights, taking control, and they keep moving in, winning more fights, taking more control. That's the Tamaris game plan. And Tamaris not really able to solidify things. They're not able to really stop LeBron as they are pushing in, as they are getting that momentum. But they need to do so because right now, LeBron's, the Lakers, and Celtics are up 2-0, and they only need one more game.
Yeah, there's a bit of a mountain here that Tamaris has to climb now. But wow, they say we know what the comp is. We don't need to dawdle around. We need to go right into it. Both of these teams are quite fast, and we're moving at a breakneck speed. We're on Clam's Barnacle, and as much as I talk about how big Barnacle is, of course we are on Clam, so we're going to see a lot of 1v1s and people paying attention to Clam economy. So this is going to be very interesting, especially because we've had that rapid 2 members down already from LeBron, the Lakers, and Sal, and Epoch, the only person up and choosing to jump out. We might see we do see an early break open from
see.
Tamaris.
And right now, Tamaris doing again, finding back their groove, finding back their momentum. And it's LeBron who are struggling this time. Whichever team is able to really go faster than the other, he's winning the games. 50 points in that first push. Basket is not closed yet. 44, and it's still there's an extra super cloud. What is happening? Tamaris with the answer, getting more and more and more.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Tamaris is locking in. That is what's happening. This is the Tamaris we've been seeing in those other games that we were watching. They just start off the game, immediate aggression, like smother the other players, no mercy. And LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell is really getting kind of dribbled around on their own court right now because it seems like even though they're up, they're kind of losing these fights. 2 of their members going down. So Tamaris, still with their power clam, they have a lot of the clam economy on their side, and they are poised to make another push at this basket. And it happens with 3 members down on LeBron, the Lakers, and Sal.
Yeah, and Tamaris has a few more clams. They're going to extend their lead, and that position that they have right there with a wall. Oh, very nice. What? It's just 1 point now. They just
need someone to jump in and... Oh my gosh, on a wipe! The style put... Listen. I mean, I feel like we're just both losing our minds, Pat. That was a crazy knockout. And from the jaws of destruction, Tamaris with an extremely dominant game, reminiscent of what we've been seeing from them in their other sets.
I mean, we saw the Lakers really take control of the first 2 games, really being incredibly dominant. Right there, it was all Tamaris. It was Tamaris doing everything they needed to do exactly how they needed to do it, and it worked so well. Very much still the team that goes faster, the team that's able to take the initiative in these games, is going to win the game, and is going to look good while doing it.
Wow. Listen, as a reminder, Tamaris are the ones who were able to knock out our first seeds. So they are with a 3-0, mind you.
Yeah.
So they are not to be trifled with, and they refused to get 3-0'd themselves. So they really came back with a vengeance. But if they locked in then, they're going to have to lock in now because we are up against Ship Shape Tower, and anyone who knows this map mode knows it is a snowball. So they're going to want to get that early lead to really, if they hope to extend this set up against LeBron, the Lakers themselves.
Yeah, especially since this tower map was chosen by LeBron, the Lakers themselves. So we are going on to the opponent's peak this time. It's going to be a different task, different hill to climb. Now we know Tamaris is ready for the battle. The big question, Sasu, is who is going to win the first fight, because that team will simply start going very, very fast from there.
Yeah, you see here, Zeke going down rather
Mhm.
early, I think. Sata Andagi being very careful to make sure that they don't go down. Neither of these teams can afford to do so, but with a huge wave of ink, 2 members going down from LeBron, the
Mhm.
Lakers of Cell. Wait, we're kind of back and forth. I think 2 members were going down on both sides. So
Yep.
Tamaris has the early push, but members down on both sides is going to mean that they're currently in a good position, but I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to consider their lead well and done until they're able to break that second checkpoint. At that point, I think we're looking at a W for the team able to get through there.
Yeah, well, getting the first checkpoint early is super useful on this map. Once you have that first checkpoint, you can push very fast. Right now, it looks like Tamaris lost 2 players. Oh, they still have some presence.
Oh.
That bomb means they push again. That bomb means they attack, and there's no checkpoint. There's 2 down on LeBron. I mean, Tamaris is on the attack, and they're going to that second checkpoint you were talking about.
Yeah, I think you are right. That opening super important because it means that they are open to go to that checkpoint too. But as you can see, they're making their way through the checkpoint. 2 members are down on Tamaris. But what tends to happen here is that I feel like you just see people jump in just trying to break that checkpoint. But with the wipe, it is now going to be LeBron, the Lakers and Cell's turn to move up, and Tamaris can't afford to lose the momentum to take their foot off the gas pedal. So a lot of pressure coming back.
Yeah, the pressure is coming, and that's a double thanks to the Zuka. Very nice play right there. 2 down onto Tamaris, and LeBron. It's their turn to push now. It's their turn to get momentum with an extra tactic cooler. And they're still 2 down onto Tamaris. LeBron Lakers are still pushing it in.
Yeah, Tamaris can't afford to really let this go. Getting 2 members down. I think the tower is still pushing. Even with 2 members down, they're going to have to stop this ASAP because getting that back is going to be a tall order. But you see there that LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell do have a cooler. So even if they're able to get those members down, they're not going to stay down for long. Yamal with the very tactical jump out. But it seems as though maybe this is the end of this push, which maybe they're not all wiped, but definitely going to have Tamaris feeling real good to not have those numbers ticking down anymore.
Yeah, Tamaris has a few more players on the map though, and they're going to push again with 2 minutes left in the game. LeBron are stuck in defense mode once again. Zeke is completely chased and is forced away right there by Slord as the strikes are not finding their mark, and the few more trades happen. The tower is not going to extend the lead, but we're very much Tamaris keeping the tower on the side they want to have it.
Yeah, which is super important. We're down to 1:30 left in the game. Obviously, anything can happen, but I have to imagine that they really want that time to get on ticking because if they're able to force this game 5, they are keeping themselves alive. But reminder, if they lose to LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, this is going to be the end of their run because it's a set point. But Tamaris continuing with their push, and they have those whales online that they're pushing off, kind of displacing Sata Andagi and kind of ruining their aim there on the Zuka. But you see, they are still alive, sharking here, waiting to get a very critical pick. But with Tamaris just keep on jumping in, and 2 members down from LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, they are making their way to that second checkpoint, and Sata Andagi, unfortunately, not able to get the proper pick on them enough, and they are just kind of scattering around while Tamaris is running around, and they've already started on their second checkpoint. So we are down to just about 30 seconds left, and with the tower on their side of the map, they are going to have to lock in if they don't want to extend this set.
Yeah, I mean, right now, 20 seconds left for LeBron and the Lakers and Cell to get back onto the tower, to get back in attack mode. Tamaris holding control of the pace of the game pretty well. We're back to a fight for mid, but the Blaster is pushing Zeke away, and that's That's an extra.
GG
That's
strikes.
Big. Yeah.
that
That's
is
2-2.
a very strong GG strikes at the end there. That is going to spell game, and Tamaris has snatched really their momentum back from the jaws of defeat, looking to do a reverse sweep and force a bracket reset here. Yeah, just a really strong push at the top, and I think that usually we see Tamaris just continue to be aggressive, not aggressive, but continue to push and try and put more and more points on the board. But it seems as though at the end there, they were very measured about their defense and very wise about staggering LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, and that is going to be a very tactical, very strong win for them in the books here.
Yeah, Tamaris, but we've seen them push in very fast, very far, with absolutely no fear. In that final minutes, they chose every fight that they took, and they decided where the fights would happen. They were prudent, but they were still fighting. They were still going fast, but they knew exactly where to go to maintain the pressure, to maintain the momentum. And since we are at 2-2 right there...
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
On Humpback Bum Track. By the way, I'm pretty sure that was the first game 4 Tamaris has had this whole tournament. Now they're going to have their first game 5.
And maybe luckily for them, it is on the map mode we watched them complete in less than a minute here on stream with a bafflingly dominant game up against quite a strong team. So, they have the momentum on their side, but what they don't have on their side is that they are up against a gargantuan strong team in LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell. So, I gotta wonder if we're gonna see a repeat of what happened last time we saw them on this map mode, or if we're just going to see more back and forth, or if they may even lose this and not even get that bracket reset.
I mean, we saw LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell on Rainmaker at the start of this set. The first game of this set was LeBron and the Lakers were still winning on Undertow Spillway. So right there, if they bring the same formula, if they do the same thing again, that could work. That being said, they're not facing the same Tamaris they faced at the start of the set. Tamaris has gone faster, has gone harder, and has adapted. Let's go with the Tri-Breaker. If Tamaris wins this, we get a bracket reset. If LeBron wins this, that's the end of the tournament, Sasu.
Yeah, and wait a second. Do we have a change on that gal, or do I not have eyes? No, well...
Zeke is switching to the gal from the center.
But instead of Whale, we do have, just like we saw in the last Rainmaker game, we see the gal that has Wall active here instead of the double Whale on Tamaris. So right now you see that they are having an early push, and I think they may be able to secure a free check, and it's not going to happen because of this triple out of Zeke. And they are doing some critical work stopping this early push, because Tamaris, we know, loves to have an early lead.
Yeah, very, very nice answer by LeBron right there. Who are grabbing the Rainmaker, trying to get in, but there's a Rapid Blaster behind them. That's getting the fight. Okay, that Rapid is disposed of, and LeBron is going to get the lead and the checkpoint.
Yeah, and we are past the 4-minute mark, 1 minute elapsed, which is about how long it took last time Tamaris was here. They dispatched 2 members of LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell into a wipeout. So now it is their turn to move up to mid, take this space, and see if they can get that check a little bit early into the game and make this a little bit more evenly matched, and then continue to move up. They do get the checkpoint with ease, with just about little pushback. Zeke goes down, meaning that they're going to be shorthanded for this push now, especially with this active wall. So we'll see if they're able to take the lead with these strikes coming out, and with a wipe, that is going to be 3 points, and we'll see if they're able to get them. They get it, and they force a bracket reset, Pat. That is crazy. They put a little bit more time on the board, but maybe not maybe equally as dominant as the last time we saw them on this map mode.
Okay, if you're new to the stream, Tamaris got put in losers bracket on their first round. They lost their first set and they got put in losers bracket. Now they just got the bracket reset in grand finals, destroying absolutely everybody on their way. I think LeBron, the Lakers, and so getting 2 games off of them. And, the only team to do that before was the team they faced in round 1 of this tournament. And now Tamaris got the bracket reset. Now they're on even ground with LeBron, the Lakers, and so, and we are going to the final set of the tournament.
This is crazy. Bracket resets certainly are not common. So definitely doing a bit of some fairy tale work here, especially those of you again new to the stream. Not only has Tamaris made this crazy losers run, but they had to beat our first seeds to do so. So now they are on the equal footing, and we're headed back to Tower Shipshape, which they have already won. So I imagine that they're feeling good about this being the first one in their run in the final.
It's good for them, but remember, Sasu, when they won this one, this was the first time we had to see Tamaris play prudent. This was the first time we see Tamaris really kind of scared of their opponents. We know that LeBron, Lakers, and Cell can absolutely come back on there, can make a big push, and it's on Tamaris to keep the gas on, to keep moving forward and get more fights if they want to get the W.
Absolutely, and I think we can both agree that Tamaris really thrives off of momentum. And right now, what is that? 3 games in a row that they've won. So right now the momentum's on their side, but they are not up against easy competition. So if LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell are able to shut them down early on in the set, that may spell the victory for them. We will see. But so far, Zeke on a bit of a rampage. I think. Did Zeke go down before going down themselves? But
a lot happened.
Yeah, a lot happened. But ultimately, enough members of Tamaris are down that what's happening now is LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell are making off with a solid push.
Yeah, and they're going to get to that first checkpoint. Now, that first checkpoint isn't a nice position to defend it, but it's also very, very long, slow to get. But it looks like LeBron are going to get past it and move forward now. Can they extend the lead? How deep can they go to that second checkpoint with 2 down? They're going to get a lot of momentum, Sasu.
Yeah, but not if they don't get punished. You see one of their members going down, but they are making their way to that second checkpoint. And quite frankly, that second checkpoint can be the nail in your coffin for the game because of how snowbally here can be. Of course, they pop these whales here and they make it through that checkpoint. 3 members down on Tamaris, and it is looking like I can't quite imagine how they're going to come back from this and possibly win this game.
Well,
especially when they got wiped.
Yep, that's 1 point on the board for LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, who learned from the first set, who learned what Tamaris was doing and who adapted. Now it's on Tamaris to adapt again, to answer again the call.
Yeah, you've got to be feeling good if you win pretty dominantly as well on a map mode that you yourself lost on. So it proves to you, listen, we lost 3 in a row, but that doesn't mean we're going to get steamrolled into a 3-0. We're still in this. It's just a bracket reset. We've just got to put a little bit of elbow grease into it and take away the momentum they love so much to give them, once again, a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, everything is possible. Nothing is over, and we are now going to Splat Zone on Macromart. And yeah, I mean, Of these two teams, they've created so many surprises. They've made so many sick plays, and so many things have happened now. And I have no idea what's about to happen, Asasu.
Yeah, we've seen both of these teams do zones, and what's interesting about here is I think that we saw Tamaris win on Mako Mart, but we saw LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell win on that Haggle zones, I think.
Yeah.
So it's I'm not quite sure what's gonna happen here, given the sort of mix up here, but I don't know. I think what's most important here is the AoE. So I'm thinking that LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell maybe are going to have to employ what they've learned about playing against Tamaris on this particular map and employ it.
Yeah, and right now Tamaris and LeBron are fighting for the zone, but Nautilus is already down, which means Tamaris are going to get early control of the zone. Can they push ahead? No, they lost 2 players. The tactical is coming a bit late. I'm not sure if Tamaris will be able to get the jumps back in to get that cooler. That's going to be LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell getting onto the zone. Now we're back to a fight for mid.
Quite shocking, because we saw 2 members of Tamaris go down, and I thought for sure that they would be losing control of the zone, but it seems as though LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell just not able to put down enough paint. This is like the inverse issue of what we saw on their last zones game, but of course the Zuka comes out, and I think along with that pencil, they're going to be able to cap and finally stop that push, leaving Tamaris at 47. So right now, I think hopefully they are able to get that cooler and push back in, because with no penalty points, LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, 3 of their members going down, that is going to be the end of their push for sure.
Yeah, and Tamaris is back in control. They already made a nice lead, which means they still have a bit of penalty. Slaughter is going to be punished, and with 2 down, LeBron are going to come back onto the zone, onto the push, and that's 2. That's zone control for LeBron, the Lakers, and Cells. Now, can they keep that zone control? We've seen Tamaris come back onto the zone so fast so far.
So far they are already making their way on their points. You have Yamal kind of doing a bit of a cheeky flank there, and trying to check this entire stack. Like I always say, Pat, he who controls the stacks controls the game, trying to kind of keep their hands on there. But 3 members are down on LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell. Only their pen back up, so they're gonna have to do a tactical jump out and give it back to Tamaris while giving themselves penalty points. So we are coming in on halfway through this game. We'll see if they're able to get that back.
Yeah, the fight for the zone is still going on, but it looks like the control stays for Tamaris. Tamaris has no penalty left, and there's 2 down onto LeBron. Tamaris are still making more points, Asu.
Yeah, they've been very dominant. I think we saw either 3 down or a bit of a delayed wipe there on LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell. So I think they've been doing a fantastic job of just keeping them down. You see, even like being in an inopportune like place like that, there's just a lot of aggression happening, and I think those are basically GG strikes as it pertains to splat zones, and that's going to be Tamaris fighting back to stay alive, tying this up to a 1-1.
Of course, they're tying it up. These 2 teams are answering each other blow for blow. And Tamaris going on to their pick. They had to win the game. Now we're tied again. Now it's a best of 3 for the whole tournament. This
is crazy.
Yeah,
like,
it is.
You don't usually see grand finals this close, this long. Like the fact that we've gone into a bracket reset and we are 1-1 is so exciting. Really dominant game from Tamaris. Certainly they've had more dominant games than this one, but it seems as though I think part of it is the comp. They had a lot of that. They knew they had the advantage there, and they used it to their advantage.
Stasu, you said
Uh-huh.
Tamaris had more dominant game than this one. What was their most dominant game in your opinion? On what map mode?
Oh. Bum, bum,
I
bum.
would say-
It's
I would
Rainmaker.
Yeah. On Scourge Gorge, maybe.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah.
Yep.
I almost forgot
Yeah.
about that game.
Yeah.
Yes, Tamaris with a flabbergasting run
And
on Scorch. Rainmaker just kept coming in. We remember Slord on that top right with the
Mhm.
wall, just giving their team more jumps, and they were just
Yeah.
relentless. Keep going after that final check until they got it.
Mhm.
So LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell are gonna have to shut that down
Mhm.
immediately.
I feel like both teams want to do exactly that. So it's
Mhm.
whichever team is able to really get in first, that's going to get that momentum, that's going to get that power. Now let's see who is able to do that. Not much surprise in terms of Zeke is still on that gal, trying to maintain the pressure, the paint, and fight at the same time with the 52 gal.
Yes, we've seen just a change from Slord back to the Whale Gal off of that wall now that we are no. It wasn't Rainmaker, but I think that may be map mode specific. But so far, you see a few members down for Tamaris. So far, LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell is well poised to have this early push. But I believe that's what happened also
Yeah.
in the game that we were referencing. An early lead for the other team, and then an absolutely bullying from Tamaris, and it is coming to pass
Mhm.
because so far LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell either have a wipe or a delayed wipe. So right now Tamaris is poised to just kind of pop and move up, and they are jockeying their position to see what they can get done here.
Yeah. The answer is coming from Tamaris. Tamaris trying to establish themselves, trying to push in, and it looks like they're getting forward. Zeke is to the side with that gal, but is called out and has to dodge a shark. Wait, did they forget that Zeke is here? Yep, they did.
Clearly, because Zeke is able to get people down, but not without 3 of their other members going down. They are the only person alive, but they are keeping themselves alive and taking the space and refusing to give it up. So this was actually a very critical play from Zeke, being the only person to stay up, because if they were able to go down, there would have been some nasty points, I'm sure, from Tamaris up there. They continue to sort of I don't want to say overextend, but definitely be overly aggressive because they know what they have to lose, and I think that's going to be a delayed wipe for LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, and an easy open free check for Tamaris.
And they keep the attack on, they keep going in. Oh, there's a shooter behind, but the shooter is not able to find the splat. Tamaris is going to take the lead, and they still have a lot to do right there with 2 down onto LeBron. And the strikes are ready. The strikes are going to make a path, and they're going into 24.
Listen, we are just above halfway through this game, and a lot of it has been devoted to just Tamaris making their push. It feels like you see 2 members going down by LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, and it just seems as though Tamaris, their thing about being on this map mode is once they are like in your bats or just on your side of the map, they stay there. They refuse to give up the space that they've taken, and so far with that reset, they've been able to get that back, and they are coolered up and ready to move forward. 2 members down on LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, so they are now focused on just eking out those points. Are we going to see this again, Pat?
We are. They jumped to get that. It's happening. They almost got it. They almost got the kill. 1 more point is all they need. They're still fighting to get the repop. They get the repop. Do they have anyone to keep it? No, but Slord, no, you're gonna get splatted. That's the end of that push. That's a wipeout. But Tamaris got to 1 point, and now with 1.5 minutes left in the game, Sasu, LeBron, and the Lakers will Cell have a mountain to climb.
Listen, when a commentator says that they're speechless, That's crazy. That's literally my job is to
Yeah.
yap. And this is just takes your breath away. Crazy push, but like you said, we are at just over a minute, and it's going to be super difficult for them to push because like this is a difficult map mode to begin with. This elbow section that you see Zeke moving up to is very difficult to break through, especially up against a difficult team that has a double whale. Right, so they're going to be able to pressure these choke points, and you only have so much time left. But with 3 members down, I think only Sata Andagi up and kind of laying in wait. You see, they immediately go down. But I don't know. We've got 30 seconds left.
That's pretty rough for LeBron. 30 seconds to get a miracle push. They need KO. They can't get splatted anymore. They need to go, but 2 down onto Tamaris could help them a little bit. They got a wipe out. All they need is to repop, and now they can get that big push, but they can't make a single mistake now because we're in the last 10 seconds.
Yes, but they had a lot of specials online. You see those strikes coming out a little bit early, and they're able to get a pick. Strikes coming out from the side of Tamaris a little bit early. 2 of their members going down, but 2 in turn coming down from LeBron, the Lakers themselves. So they have a lot of people on them right now. They're trying to stall while their team comes back in here. Sata Andagi under this drop, hoping someone will drop and they can kind of check them and get them down early. But there's only so much time left. I think we're down to 24 on that Rainmaker, and I think we have a flank on the side who gets checked. So it's just a case of like threading a needle right now because we have Sata Andagi up there, seeing if they could get that push. Zeke goes down, but I think with all of this, there's just not going to be enough time. Lots of yelling from me on the mic. Apologies for your ears, headphone users. Wow.
And just like that, Tamaris, who lost their first set, got thrown onto the loser's side, destroyed the loser's bracket, beat our seed number 1 Kanden 3-0 in losers finals, and then got a reverse sweep just to get a bracket reset against LeBron and the Lakers plus Cell. Right now, they are 1 game away from being your paddling pool champions, and what a run this is. But if there's one team to stop them, if there's one team that can match their speed, it's LeBron and the Lakers plus Cell.
Yeah, you know, they are not out of it yet. Like, very funny that, listen, Pat, I think your third eye really opened remembering that other Rainmaker game that we had, because this was basically, we were looking at the same thing, an early lead from LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell, and then it was just kind of in the books, really, for Tamaris, and they did just as they did. But didn't we also see Tamaris on, am I wrong about that, a Clams Museum game?
Not against LeBron. Not against LeBron. We saw them play, I think, against Kanden, and they did, very well. Tamaris, they like every map, but Scourge Gorge, Rainmaker, and this map, Museum Clams, they were chosen by both teams. So both of these teams have plan here, have something at the ready, and I feel confident here.
Well, I imagine that the name of the game is definitely going to be getting onto the other team's plat and just staying there. I think that's what we've seen earlier on. So I think, seeing as though it is Clams, both teams going to be jockeying for some picks. Already an early pick there on LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell. But as soon as they're able to secure those kills, I think one of these teams really going to set up shop there and see how long they can stay on that plat. But already 2 members down on Tamaris. I think this is coming after 2 members were down on LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell. But I think with even 2 more members, even though they have the Clam economy, it's just not... they have enough to make a ball on LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell. So Tamaris is going to have to organize quick and get these picks so that they are not able to take that early lead.
Well, right now we're fighting on Tamaris' plat, but Tamaris is fighting pretty well. There's two Super Clam, but these two Super Clam are two targets on the back of LeBron. Lakers and Cell. Epoch managed to jump away, managed to save one Super Clam, but now it's on Tamaris to attack, and Tamaris is attacking very strong with Q down onto LeBron.
Yes, and you see Sata Andagi kind of being displaced a little bit there. 2 members down on Tamaris, so they might just wait for their teammates to get back in there to have like a cleaner push, but they're able to get 3 members down on LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell. Now they're just organizing their clan economy to see if they can actually push, and unfortunately they give up that space to try and get that clam, so that really strong push is kind of going to be for or should I say Nautilus, because we do see that we do see that pick there, and now it's time for LeBron and the Lakers and Cell to make their push.
Tamaris, they were under the basket, they just didn't have the clams, and then they got the clams, but they lost everything they had in the process, and now it's LeBron attacking again. There's a lot of clams for LeBron, but again, they need to make that super clam if they want to open the score.
Yeah, there is a little bit of suspect clam economy, but I think we see that Sneak has a bunch, so as long as they're able to throw that in, they do have the basket open, and we're going to see if they're able to get under that magic 60 point that you tend to like to get under in comp, but with 3 members down in Tamaris, they might be able to get it, but not enough of their members up, I think, so that might be the end of the push. Not too shabby, a push down to 62, but seeing as though we're halfway through the match and Tamaris has yet to get any points on the board, they must be kind of panicking a little bit now because they have a lot to do.
They have a lot to do, but they have a lot of clams right now, but they get wiped. It doesn't matter. LeBron, the Lakers themselves are back on the platform, are back in attack mode and activating all of their specials simply to keep themselves on the plat. They know, as you said, that if you manage to maintain pressure on the opponent plat, you can get so much off the game, and it's you down. On to LeBron. Tamaris are going to attack again, but they need to make another super clam.
Yes, and they pick a cheeky LeBron, the Lakers itself member kind of there and check them. But you see Adil not able to get out of there and does get checked. 2 members down on either side. Massacre trying to kind of protect that clam, but it's going to expire, and now we're easily closing in on 1 minute, and it seems as though, take a look at Tamaris' clam economy. Neither of these teams, well, right now LeBron, the Lakers, and Sal does have a strong clam economy, but both of these teams, they seem to have the aggression for the fighting, but maybe not the organization for getting those clams. So with 2 members down on Tamaris, it may be time for another counterattack and an even bigger lead for LeBron, the Lakers, and Sal.
Yeah, LeBron, the Lakers themselves getting more clams, but Nautilus was so close to a super clam, but now they splash down, so that's going to be the end of their economy right there. Nice defense by Tamaris, who did not receive more points, and with 30 seconds left, all Tamaris is one push. One push with 2 super clams would give them the lead, Sasu.
Yeah, honestly, this isn't a large lead at all, but honestly, you cannot be on your own plat with just 15 seconds left, and seeing as though 3 of their members have gone down, they're now in a position where they're having to defend when they should be attacking, especially because there's all of the clan economy is on LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell's side, so even if they're able to push in, they don't necessarily have the clams available that they need. 2 of their members going down is going to make it very difficult for them to push, especially with how big this map is. They are just getting checked all over the map, and I think we're in OT, but they just don't have the time to make a push.
Tamaris and LeBron and the Lakers plus Cell are going to go to a game 5 again.
In grand finals after a bracket reset. I hope none of y'all had anywhere to go. I hope no one had a place to be, because they are taking it to the ultimate with this game 5. The longest this match could physically possibly be. So with just one push making the difference in the win. That is going to be yet another win for LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell. So this is going to go down to a nail biter, Pat.
Yeah, a nail biter indeed. It's going to be tower control. Since it's all tiebreaker, it's going to be on Inkblot Art Academy. Very much a classic, very much a map that both of these teams know. Like the everything. Like they know it. They know this map. They could go through this map with their eyes closed. And now they have to do that as fast as they could, take control of that top platform so that they can push ahead of the checkpoint with a tower.
Yeah, we know Tamaris, obviously, assuming there's no changes, which they'd be crazy to do, has the advantage on tower as it pertains to, look at that, grand final tiebreaker. After a bracket reset, we're going to see the AoE and no changes from LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell. So I gotta say, when I think in my mind what's really strong here, I think AoE, of course, because it's tower, but I also think Nautilus can be really strong on these stacks, as well as that splashdown when it comes to people pressuring you on the tower. So 2 members already down. Whoa. 2 members down, I guess, on either side. So already LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell maybe trying to take a bit of an early lead, but we'll see how it goes for both of these teams.
Yeah, both of these teams trying to be cheeky, trying to get in. It looks like the tower is going to stay mid, as we're still fighting. We're still fighting very much for control. 2 down onto Tamaris. LeBron are going to take control and take the tower and push forward this time.
Yeah, and Tamaris looking down an active crab, which is like devastating on a place like Inkblot. So far, they are making their way forward already through their first checkpoint and in the bats, but 3 of their members go down, and a tactical jump out is going to mean that they let the tower go into the hands of Tamaris, and we know what Tamaris can do with momentum. So now that they've been forced to go down and get pushed out, we'll see if Tamaris is able to make a strong push.
Yeah, right now though, Zeke is getting the splat, and both teams still trying to fight for control over here. It's as in Mako, he who controls the stacks is going to have control over mid, is going to decide the pace of the game. And right now, it looks like LeBron are getting a few more splats, a bit more control, and are taking control of the mid. They're gonna get another push, Sasu.
Yeah, I feel like we've been saying a lot that when LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell is winning over Tamaris, they're giving them, quote-unquote, a taste of their own medicine. And I think that their ability to kind of hold them at bay has been just the opposite. They've been very measured and locking in, really winning those 1v1s. But right now, Tamaris has said, all right, we've had enough of that. We need to finally get some points on the board. And they are looking to possibly get this lead here with 2 of the members going down. We have a change of hands, and they keep going. So that crab immediately goes down, and we may be looking at a bit of a snowball here with them already down to 26 and 3 members down. We might see a win from Tamaris with only 1 member from LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell up currently.
That's a delayed wipe in favor of Tamaris, who are still jumping to the tower, but it looks like LeBron are responding in time. 4 points left. LeBron are on that tower, are able to get the wipe out, but I mean, now LeBron, once again, they need a KO if they want to win the game. And Tamaris, all they need to do is deny for 2 minutes.
What I will say is that anytime Tamaris has been able to put an absurd amount of a score on the board. They, as much as they are attack focused, they are very strong at defending their leads. It's very rare that we see them get down to a single digit and another team be able to match their number, then they're playing catch up. But with 3 of their members down, this may be the time for it to happen. And we're looking at a delayed wipe, but 2 members down on LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell. So we'll see if going up against that AoE, they're able to make this push, and they're still going with members jumping in. Zeke kind of with a punish there before going down. So I think we may have finally seen the end of this push, despite the fact that they have a member still in their bats. That they jumped out.
Yeah, they have to jump out. It looks like that push is
Oh my gosh.
pretty rough for LeBron right there. Tamaris are holding that tower, are pushing LeBron out, but LeBron still have 1 minute to regroup, to prepare another push, but they need that next push to work. They are out of second chances now.
Yes, you are correct. They are running out of time, and even though 2 members of Tamaris are down, they currently have Slord there on the Gal behind, ready to ambush them when it's time, and successfully doing so with a triple, and definitely maybe saving the game here. Sata Andagi in their bats, fighting for their lives, winning that game, maybe distracting Tamaris before going down, but we are looking at 7-6, and half of the members down. The Lakers and Cell, their pen is up, diving for the tower, but we know they're going to have to make sure. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Tamaris, after going through all of the losers bracket, after being down 2-0 at the start of this grand finals, got the reverse sweep for a bracket reset, and now they are your paddling pool champions. And I mean, they won. But what else to say? Yeah. They struggled until the last second, but that struggle paid off. They won the video game.
What an incredible display of skill from Tamaris. This was just truly an awe to watch them on their run. I'm just so glad that we in particular got to watch that losers run, Pat, because the things we saw in there and the way, like you said, they were able to claw back, I think a 2-0, force that bracket reset, and win the grand championship. A huge congratulations to Tamaris, but not without giving a congratulations also to LeBron, the Lakers, and Cell. Here you can take a look at their record on screen from Tamaris.
I mean, they played the more games than anybody in this tournament. Just they lost set number 1, and then they won and won and won and won and won against everybody.
Yeah, and a lot of them in dominant fashions. Tamaris has definitely put in the blood, sweat, and tears. Maybe even more than any other team on this game. In this tourney, like you said, they've had to play the most out of any of these teams. So a massive congratulations to Tamaris, and quite frankly, an honor to watch these games from all of these teams who've worked really hard and made some absolutely insane plays today.
Yeah. But that means, Sesu, it's time for us to say goodbye. That was an intense tournament, a crazy ending. But yeah, it's time for us to say goodbye. But before we do, Sesu, where can I find you on the internet?
You can find me at Sasu in your pants, basically on any social media. As you can see below, there's my blue sky. It's SASUIN. The letters UR pants. And yeah, that's my Discord, my Instagram, what have you. And more importantly, where can the people find you, Pat?
Well, you can find me at Pat or Tom on Blue Sky. It's written on your screen. as well. That's Bad J or Tom all together. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'd like to give a special shout out to our wonderful observer, Jorian. Love you always. And yeah, we'll be back this week on Friday with Triton Cup, so stay tuned for that. See you soon.
Have a good day, everyone, and congratulations to Tamaris.